Halito, Chimichukma, Grand Rising, everyone. Come on in. I'm Petu Wase. Salute, Niji9. I'm going to play my music and let my chat build, and then we'll get into it.
Yeah, truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. The truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't, it ain't legalized. Realize, realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Real eyes, realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Real eyes, realize. Realize. Yeah, slavery was a long time ago. How? Same motherfuckers still here right now. Colonized on our land, they ahead of us. Changed our name so much, they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America, pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even up the playing field, bitch, I'm darn. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sperm. You got white privilege, so you don't need sperm. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe her. Colonized came here, they ain't never leave her. Indians ain't die off, we here. You ain't gotta lie, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans and naturalized citizens made all the Indians niggas on the census. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was so defensive. Black Wall Street, whites got so offended. Common law rights gave us amendments. Thank God don't speak truth, that's alright. First slave 1619 was all white. 1200 wasn't no continent, all white. Europe named after a black woman, alright. Grafted, it come from us, do your research. Go within, quit listening to the teacher. And the Nuki got voice coming out the speaker. Cut our trees down and made us weaker. Really they foreigner, the shit gets deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. Aborigine, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of the war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up everybody, don't be no sheeple. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privileges real, they working in management. Low down dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Been lied to, I got built up anger. You built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us a Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read what we didn't know the language. Kept us on paper because we didn't see the danger. American Indian, keep the religion. Skin copper color look just like a penny. Wanted our land and you called us stingy. Ain't no Democrats there to gotta pay attention. We got ancestors but the papers is missing. Kings and queens we just can't remember. Remember who you are, just like Simba. Now they got a vax, we don't want that in us. George Washington is a night president, look it up. United States only 10 square blocks, look it up. White people really the minorities, look it up. Courtrooms don't got authorities, look it up. You want me, say stop governing me. Gave me a straw man, it's really not me. Why you don't keep it 100 with me? Why Trayvon killer still walking around free? Made this song for the truth, don't hate it. History was told in reverse, I've stated. Read still oppressed, somebody gotta say it. I'm taking out of school, it's the reason I made it. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. It ain't my story. History, it's his story. Probably ain't your story. History, it's his story. It's his story.
Yeah. Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up. On the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Took a Michael flag, how I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody out them black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging there for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the God to the game. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when you already dead. Either way, your life is stake no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking eye. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, slam full of chicken moppers.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you could never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke pick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Job about our freedom, we'll leave a cracker stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. Set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a comb, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit. Like my niggas, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn. Understand, fuck who stole this land. White or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no apple man. Now these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit. Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Yeah. I ain't here to judge, I just want you to walk with me. So miss me with all envy, cause shit could get dark quickly. I'm swimming with the sharks, they wishing that dogs get me. What I speak, it shall exist, that's the spirit of God in me. Listen, I'm trying to tell them that it's deeper than rap. I'm trying to bring them back, the ones that fell deep in the trap. See, they feed you the bullshit, but then be keeping the facts, spreading white lies by trying to tell our people they black. I know my lineage, I spit the truth, and in that booth you sit me in, connected to the higher power. I know why it sent me here, to open eyes and show that hope it lies within your mind. Cause this globe is ours, so let's take over now. You know it's time, cause they control the blind, lost so they can't see what's going down. Yeah, you might could take the gold, but you can't break the golden child. All my kings worldwide, I know that they gon' hold it down. Come vibes and they firing straight out the holster. And I've been having premonitions. See, it's time for us to stand up and unite. You feel me? Because a lot of people say that you gotta see it to believe it, you feel me? But from my perspective, I look at it as sometimes we gotta believe it to see it. Start with you feel me? Feel this. I've been having premonitions of my niggas winning, building up the projects free from penitentiary. And we all unified, so ain't no senseless killings. I'm glad we finally realized that we ain't really different. We finally get that we in fact all kings, so we subtract all beef. We growing crops in every block, look like Black Wall Street. And we investing in these stocks so we can stack our cream. And we ready for war if you try to snatch our dreams. Revolution, we abide by our principles, making changes. Street niggas turn scholars. Knowledge is really gangster. We protectors and providers. We gotta uplift the nation for our queens. We ride if you try to put them in danger. Yeah, beneath the chaos, know your soul is pure. All that greatness you got within was never shown before. Wherever you take your crown, that's your home for sure. So why beef over the block when the world is yours? Indigenous.
At one point, I was ignorant and lost, but like you gotta know yourself before you do anything, before you can make a record, or you can have an opinion. You gotta know yourself. So we don't got no millions to go get it. These niggas got millions of dollars, institutions set up, like the LAPD, like the Fed, like the FBI. All this is their army, and their army make it to where you can inflict your will. Meaning, if a motherfucker don't want to do it from an agreement, you can come take it. If a nigga don't want to agree and do it verbally, well, you got an army to come enforce your will. So that's what we lack. You know what I mean? We don't have no army that's gonna come protect our natural resources because our shit is divided. You know what I'm saying? We don't even understand how we connect, and that's a fucked up mentality to have.
Grand Rising, everyone. Grand Rising. Let me shout out my chat, my relatives. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Yes, it's their 4th of July, but everybody know who the real soldiers and who really fought for freedom. You know, we ain't going to get caught up in the lies, the propaganda, because we know who the real soldiers are and we know who fought for their land. Everybody else fought just to take the land from us. We fought for our land. It's a difference. See, if they was real soldiers, they'd have still been on their own land, fighting and farming and doing everything it could to sustain life on their own land. So that alone lets you know who the real warriors are. Because the real warriors, they come equipped with any and everything. They don't need just 1%. They have everything to sustain life. Because guess what? You started civilization. Halito needs you, number 9. Is it 10 Ace King, the Godfather, Michael Hotnet Indian, Miss Letha, Jersey Williams. Who else is in here? Clarence Matisse, Daryl Gross, Darius Matthews, Awanessa, Empress Vicky J, Dr. Baker Williams. So who is it? Mr. Atlantis, Bronze Flat Power, Mr. Fly Dog Brother, Empress Awakening. Okay, you ain't here. You ain't here twice. Okay, I see it. You're on a different face. Let me see who else. Rami Bay, Monique Hill, Enoch 0407, Jackie Brown, Mama Bear, Empress Rex, Devon's Clan, Hawk Yost, Tamika Zuri. So who else? Brandon Rogers. Who is? Dee Dee. Chief Akita. You know what I'm talking about. I can't pronounce Akita Cheetah. Okay, let me see who is. I Realize TV. Richard. Who else is in here? Tom Jones, R.L. Smith, Return of the Matriarchs. So who else? James Williams, Epic Studies, Fishing with Camo Joe. So who else? Truth Over Fiction. I think I got just about everybody. Pony Locks, Ex Green Ranger, A Rising Aboriginal, this Stephen Leonard, Tadir. I hope I got it. Empress Roro. I hope I'm getting everybody. So if I miss, because my computer, it'll come down and go back up. Bob 03. For some reason, it's just been tripping here lately. This is Betterment of Black Women. Okay. 203. Well, it's all about educating people. So, you gotta start somewhere. It's all about educating. J-Rock. So welcome, my sisters and brothers. Come on in. Like I say, it's the indigenous people that fought for the land, not your Native Americans who was included after the land was bought, after Alaska was purchased. That's when they came into play. That's why they claim Native Americans, but they can never be American Indian. Let's get that straight. Yeah, you're Native American because you were born here. Anybody born in a foreign territory is Native. He's not the indigenous habits. Yeah, they indigenous to that landmass that's called Alaska because that once didn't belong to us. That we just purchased that land. So they came with the land when we purchased, but we all know that was like a what they call it, a coup. They always got, they always trying to figure out a way how to fuck us without looking like they trying to fuck us. So they thought if they're going to buy the land and tell these people up there that's part of their blood. Hold on, y'all. Let me turn this alarm clock off. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm back. Halito Herb Old, Drake House Music, Sister Blackfoot Whitfield. Who else came in? Make sure I haven't missed nobody. Hey, cuz. Hey, Karen. Terry Seabrooks. The Real Gaddy. Is it Aaron Jordan? Well, welcome, everyone. Jeanette Green, welcome. Welcome, my sisters and brothers that's on the journey of truth and not let nobody tell them who they are. If you're going to let somebody tell you who you are, you might as well stay in the system. If you ain't doing by now, people eyes, I'm not saying completely woke out of this, what they call, they have put on us, they put us under a spell. So everybody ain't gonna wake up at the same time, and I get that. But it's so much going on right now. If people ain't really searching for themselves, you might as well just stay asleep. It ain't gonna need you holding on to nobody else. You might as well stay asleep, because I can't make you see what's right in front of you. I can't make you see what I see. Yeah, they're up under hypnosis. I can't make you, they got that veil over their eyes. You know, they have to remove the veil for themselves. In order to see what reality versus the matrix, they have to unplug, like they say. Yeah, exactly, Richard. Black magic. So, you know, they have to want to be able to come into the knowing for themselves. You know, right now, when we say y'all unplug from the matrix, you literally like the machine is breathing for you. The matrix is breathing for you. You're not breathing on your own. The matrix is breathing for you. So once you come into finding out, well, they say that we didn't come here by slave, that we always been here. It ain't they say, that's what my records show. Now, you believe so much in some pasty, I call them pasty people, slash, what else you want to call them? They ain't even white. This what we gonna leave them to the pink people and the pasty people, the khaki color people. That's what we're gonna call them, the khaki color people. Now, why would you let somebody, if you did the research and see that they wasn't in existence past 1,000 years ago, but all of a sudden they have the know-all and be-all, they know the know-how. They have technology. They got all these things, but yet we can find these niggas in caves, guarded. I mean, they was literally heavily guarded. And the reason why they was heavily guarded, because how they act. Every time they was out amongst the population, they caused disturbance. They wreaked havoc. You know, it's just like taking a snake and making a snake your friend. The snake's still gonna do what the hell it was gonna do because he's a snake. That's what we have with these. Yeah, the wide, yeah, they definitely the WIGHT, and that means demon, monster, creature. That's why they can tell you about a creative story. Creative only means creature. Sure is how you right about that. They are the only one that rock that color, that khaki color. So when you look back on everything that has taken place, and then they came in with theater to push the propaganda. They've been using theater to push the propaganda. But people don't have that hindsight to know when somebody is lying or when they're pulling a wool over their eyes. People don't understand it. They take every word that they say verbatim. And I guess it's the complexion for the protection for me. You know, everything that they say is, you feel that is the truth. But yet, if you do your genealogy, you wouldn't even find these people on your tree. Now, what you will find is how they brought into your family. But it's a way around that too, because see, those who were brought your family tree, they're going to have to, every birth certificate you have, that's going to have to match up with yours. And they better be one of their children. It's going to have to match up with yours. See, that's what they don't want you to do. Is do your genealogy. They want you to do a DNA so it can trace you to another land. Why would they want you to find out that you're the indigenous people? They go against that narrative and everything that they're doing by selling the land, bringing foreigners in here to work, bringing they fucking citizen, because when they come in, they become a citizen of United States Corporation. They're not American. Nothing about them is American. They are citizens of the corporation. That's a fact. Betterment of the black women, that's a fact. But we still playing the part, like, you know, like I said, everybody has to start somewhere. We believe in nations over here building because we don't want to play the color law no more. Now, y'all know, I know if y'all follow me, y'all know I got stalkers. And I mean, I got stalkers. Last night they did a build. They've been tagging me, y'all. I wish y'all could see this long list of tag. I mean, they just tag. They don't have nothing else to do. Until y'all show me that y'all helping the people, tag them. Because you ain't doing nothing to help the people. You're mad because I'm giving remedy and you niggas ain't giving shit. You niggas go live. You have 7 people, no more than 10 people in your live. And you big mad. Empress don't con nobody out of nothing. Empress too busy over here telling y'all to find out who you are. You know, y'all want to keep saying who I am, but I got proof that I'm an Indian. I did my genealogy. I'm not making nobody else be an Indian. You have to know for yourself because your bloodline is your business. It's your business. And for you Moorish motherfuckers, I could give 2 fucks what you think about Empress. So keep making your motherfucking videos. And for what's that little dirty dick ass nigga over there? That nigga unwrapped, nigga, you can keep making yours too. You know, I'm not gonna argue with a nigga that said he gave his own self fellatio. It's no way in hell I'm done arguing with you, nigga. A lot of y'all niggas need attention instead of helping the people. Helping the people realize that they've always been home. You Moorish motherfuckers always talking shit. Why you ain't helping the people realize they always been at home? Or you the motherfuckers that came here and brought Christopher Columbus here halfway. He stopped at Alice. He didn't make it all the way to the land because you didn't want nobody to know that it was y'all bringing them niggas up in here. Because due to jealousy, because you niggas was kicked out of here. Is that what it is? So, you know, now y'all attacking you. You showing us. You want to say that King James did this and King James did that, girl. Those are all written by a Caucasian. So if you think I give a fuck what a motherfucking Caucasian think of me, you sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken. That be y'all all in bed with the Caucasians. While you all trying to tell me that we don't own land patents, we don't own this, we don't. No, y'all don't own shit. I can call out several nations that my bloodline runs through. Can you? You worrying about Empress? Can you? The sad part is, since we've been here, me and the matriarchs, my sister Lyrica, you know, when the pandemic hit, we got together so we can do the sheets so y'all could turn them into your jobs, so you don't have to take that damn jab. We was researching and bringing y'all information to show you that this shit was a host. Bitch, what we done within the last couple of years, motherfuckers, y'all can't top with one damn video. Top it. Since you worried about Empress, go on and top it. Because we really for the people. And we really for our people winning. And the way y'all talk, like y'all talking like y'all part of the khaki color motherfuckers. That's what y'all sound like. Because y'all over here trying to tell us we don't own shit. It sound like, put one in the chat if that don't sound like the khaki motherfuckers, this corporation over here that's telling us that we ain't the indigenous people and that we came from Africa and we don't own shit and we ain't got rights to the land. Don't that sound like some khaki motherfuckers to y'all that came here and colonized? Because it sure sound like khaki motherfuckers to me. They the main motherfuckers. Salute my brother, Talk Your Talk Media. They the main motherfuckers been telling us that we can't have shit, but they selling our shit. They the main motherfuckers that try to convince us to go to the res. And because we didn't go to the res, you decided to reclassify us. And then go off and buy motherfucking Alaska and tell those people that's up in Alaska that they us. Them niggas. So when you say speak against Empress, nigga, you speaking against the other people that's here that knows their ancestors. And matter of fact, if you got the map will tell you, oh, this was Cherokee territory. This was Choctaw territory. You know, you do know your chief. Those are people that govern that territory, right? That's what it's about. The Algonquins, all these people. We had our own, the Confederacy. We had our own Confederacy. So you're telling me when on these maps, it had us mapped out who territory, who was in the Shawnees was in this territory, the Chickasaw was in this territory. So you're telling me that didn't happen? Is that what y'all telling us? Because I damn well for sure know other people when they knew they was in Cherokee territory, in the other territory outside their own, they came with respect or it was going to be war. But y'all are so mad at Empress. She said there's land right here in California called California City and Weep. All this land is ours. Every bit of this land. Hey, sis. Hey, Tulu. Every bit of this. I got some documentaries I want to go over with because, you know, our people been being played and played and played for so motherfucking long. If you don't teach your children, they all some $1 motherfuckers. I don't even call them, you right. Don't call them no motherfucking $5. This niggas, they push motherfucking religion. It's like religion over the nation that you're in. Because all he keep talking about is Mars. I don't give a fuck about your religion. Give a fuck about your religion. Fuck you. Fuck your Jesus, your Yahwehs, and all the rest of them. I don't give a fuck about your religion. So, and for those that come in here, I don't do religion. That is what got our people in the predicament. Anything outside Mother Earth ain't real because she gives you everything. Everything. Her and the sun feeds you. Nobody else feeds us. You got motherfuckers coming here, Halito, Miko, and Farmer G. Y'all got motherfuckers over here claiming electricity. Motherfuckers literally claim electricity. How the fuck did you invent electricity? You have to first explain that to me. How the fuck you claim electricity? How do you claim water? But yet niggas are arguing with me over bullshit they should be arguing with this corporation that came over here, set up shop. Now they're claiming to own these things that was given to us by the earth. Exactly. The son is the father, the mother is the earth. The earth is our mother. How do you patent natural? You can't patent natural, so how can you charge somebody for something that was natural? Because before they got here, y'all, we didn't pay for all that. They got you thinking that we were still running around half naked in fucking wagons and horse and buggies. That shit is ancient, y'all. Oh, definitely. I talk about that as well, getting our children out of there. That shit is so fucking ancient. What they did was raid our fucking museums. Y'all know we was worldwide. You know, they had those images that they showing y'all. That shit is ancient. Do y'all actually think we was doing that in the 1400s when we already been here for billions of years? The 1492 don't even really exist. They don't exist. It only exists because they wrote it down. Y'all, none of this shit exists. It only exists because they wrote it down. Because their thing, if it ain't in ink, it didn't brainwash you. If we've been here for billions of years, why the hell 1492 we still in horse and buggy, but you got images of us flying in motherfucking cars and shit? Make it make sense, y'all. Nothing that they telling us is the truth. I mean nothing. And I mean nothing. Not all these images that we do pull up of our ancestors, those are ancient pictures of them. We've been past that. All they doing is regurgitating shit that they took out of our museums. Y'all thought they came up with they didn't come up with no motherfucking museum. They ain't came up with shit. They don't went in our shit and took it and now giving it back to you. Telling me this is what you was doing in 1492. On bitch, we wasn't doing that. Now and then we gonna go to the fucking boats because niggas want to play with the goddamn boats too. You know, you want to play, bitch, we've been having ships. I know we talk about ain't nobody came across on those ships, but we've been having large ships over in America. We've been having all these things for millions of years. They have did a reset on our brain, on our psyche with black motherfucking magic. And then we have niggas like the Pan-Africans and all these other niggas think they telling us something. You ain't telling us shit, nigga. We been in this bitch. We on a whole fucking figure 8 around this motherfucker and can't get out of that loop. That infinity rate over and over and over and over and over and over and over. That's what we've been doing forever. Over and over and over. Infinity. That's why they gave it to you. And niggas swear that they know all the history. They swear that they know every fucking thing that's took place. You giving us modern day bullshit, nigga, to fit the motherfuckers that didn't exist 1,000 years ago. All modern day bullshit. Ain't no way we had buildings and towns like we did 300 and 400 years ago, y'all. Our ancestors always existed. They've been innovators, creators. They was the scientists, was the they taught all that alchemy. We taught the world this. How the fuck you gonna have a civilization but you don't have nothing to eat? In order to have a civilization, nigga, you gotta have things to sustain life. That's not a civilization if you can't sustain life. Y'all on some motherfucking gypsy bullshit, ain't you? AKA Native Americans. You know nothing ass niggas. We all over here glad they damn new movement is dying. They over here, they still teaching shit as if it happened when it didn't. Halito, trees. They over here still teaching shit as if the shit really happened. Y'all, it's so much stuff that happened on this earth. We would never be able to tell it. But everything they're showing us is shit that was in museums of ours. And they just feeding it back to us, and we just falling for the fuck shit that they came here and they built museums and took our shit. And y'all, we had museums when they landed up in it's a big museum that still stands up in New York. Y'all just don't know your greatness. Around the world, they have your greatness. Nigga, our statues is older than Native Americans. They're standing in Russia, standing over in Europe. I mean, every continent had an image of us because we brought civilization to them. Your greatness has been around this world for billions of years, and they want y'all to have y'all on this 10,000-year thing. That's according to the Bible. What they trying to feed you is their existence when they came into play. So you, like I said y'all the last time, did a monkey say, let me make man in my image? Because you can't make this up now. If the book said, let me make man in my image, that means you was trying to create something that looked like you. So are you telling me a monkey said this and went off and made a human? Or what you consider to what they say human, because we're not humans. We are beings here having a spiritual, having a what they call it. But I can't slip my mind. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. But how the fuck a monkey gonna say, let me make man in my image? If he's gonna make something, he's gonna make something that looks like him. What y'all think? I'm just saying. When you and your wife get together, your man or whatever get together to create life, don't it come out looking like you? If there's no interference with all these drugs and, yeah, human experience. Thank you, Trees. We had to have a human experience. So when y'all get together and y'all appropriate, y'all make life, and it's in the image of you, right? So you telling me a monkey said, let me make life, and he went and created a human. That don't add up. The math ain't mathing, y'all. How he gonna make something he ain't never seen before? And then two monkeys gonna make a monkey. I'm just saying, two monkeys is gonna make a monkey. Now make it make sense at this point. Y'all have to think about this shit. They've been out here playing with us for too long. Because niggas are really reading this shit verbatim. Everything that they read verbatim. And they try to, justify what they have wrote when all this shit is a script. When your pastor's up in church, what he said, turn to verse such and such. We're going to read from the scripture today. Ain't that what they say? Now, why would he call it a scripture if it ain't a script? I'm just saying, y'all, we're putting two and two together over here. Because a lot of people, we get caught up in all the fuckery that's going on, and we don't realize that they have hijacked everything. We just wanted so bad out of the misery that we was going through that we sit there in church 2 and 3 hours listening to a man read us something that he had no understanding. Oh, because he went to their school. I can't even say Western schools because we're in the West. That ain't our schooling. Grand Rising, Sister Soul. That ain't our shit. The schooling that they're having to teach McGraw Hill and all the rest of these fuckers that came here and colonized, that ain't ours because we really taught civilization. We taught that you're supposed to be here to appropriate, make life, and till the ground for the next season, which will be your offsprings. You was literally here to the caretakers, the stewardess of the land. So when they talk about, oh, she's kin to King James, my family were the steward. Why do you think they was called stewards? They was the stewarders of the land. That means to take care of the land, the landlords. I ain't trying to say everything my people done was good because I'm here to right the wrong, whatever my ancestors done. And I'm pretty sure it's a lot of us don't know what all our ancestors have done. It's just mine. I come from the line of kings and queens and American Indians. Because if you look over in Virginia, you know why they started in Virginia first? Because that's where the land where the kings and queens were. Mary. See, they think that they can keep fooling us with the bullshit. We had Europe on lock. We had them all on lock. All of them on lock. Vacation, baby. These people could only dream of what we had. So you know what they did? Once we let them up out those goddamn caves, and they was able to come here and mix them, we got images of them piled up on boats. I mean, they filmed it. Not the images of the one I showed y'all the other day with them telling you that they couldn't speak English and they couldn't do this when they came to America. It's some more pictures. I mean, they literally piled up in cages. They was in cages when they came here. But they tell you that they came from greatness. And they didn't even believe in baths. Yes, growing tails and everything. That's why they, that's why I use that analogy. I mean, about the monkey. It was literally, if we're the ones that did the graphing, let's think about it. Sacred geometry, alchemy. We're literally cloning and making other creatures, because they're not us, so we will call them creatures because they have a creation story. So their whole part, sister soul. So if we're creating them, there's gonna be trials, there's gonna be mistakes. Because the way I heard it, Yakub, they was making them, but they wasn't coming out right. So they had to keep going back because they didn't want to use their genetics to make these things. See, and when they was making them, they was coming out with fur, tails, big old heads, little heads. I mean, every deficiency that you see today that they try to normalize and try to say that this is something that just happened, notice majority of it's on them. Now, I work in that field. I used to work at the largest facility in America, right here in Tennessee. 95% of those people in there was them. You only seen a handful of us. And most of us was deemed to be more of a, like, as crazy, not mentally retardation. Well, we call it mentally challenged now. But mental intellect, my bad. They keep changing the word mental intellect. So when I tell you it was just a handful of us in there and the rest of them was them. Because, see, they tried to do that old, what you consider to be blue blood. That ain't their shit. Royal bloodlines did that. That's not their shit. Not to say that it was cool, but who am I to say what took place back then? But we know that it did take place, and that's where they got it from. But the only difference is when you're grafted and you made with different shit, animal DNA, majority of your DNA is animal. And then you go and mix. It's just like a motherfucking pit bull mixing with a poodle. What the fuck you think is going to come out? What the fuck you think is going to happen if a pit bull mixed with a poodle? It sure ain't no purebred. And ain't no telling what it's going to look like. They already got all kind of mix of different animals in there. Because what they tell y'all, they got y'all thinking Neanderthal is a caveman. He was just an ancient man. That's what they tell y'all. That Neanderthal is an ancient Caucasian man that was caught in the storm during Ice Age, but yet on motherfucking Flintstone, this nigga run around with a dress on, some fucking what what is that? What animal is that he got on his ass with the spots? Is it a leopard? One of them motherfucking animals. His dress is made from. Now, mind you, this supposed to be during the Ice Age. These motherfuckers supposed to be there because that's what they teach you. Y'all wonder what Freestone came about, but then you need to also Captain Caveman. They're telling you in so many words with Captain Caveman because they was housed in caves. The Great Wall of China and all these other walls was built for a reason around the world, was to keep them at bay. Because we just don't know how we had created monsters. And they used to lie so much and keep so much chaos going that they had to put them out in the caves. So they want you to think that these are cavemen, but actually in reality, a Neanderthal is dog and wolf, monkey. It's anything with fur. That's their category. That's what they fall up under, the Neanderthal. Neanderthals have fur on their ass. If it wasn't for, in the beginning, if it wasn't for the European wax, these motherfuckers would be still running around here like Captain Caveman. I'm just telling you the truth. These are facts, y'all. These are all facts. Because some of them still today, I just seen a baby. Y'all remember a couple months ago, I showed y'all that baby was just born. She was Asian, and that baby had a whole, I don't know what the fucking face that was, but the baby whole face was covered. Hold on. What you say? Oh, no. That's because they're trying to figure out how to get it. They're already over here. Now your bitch over here claiming our goddamn ancestors because niggas too lazy to do their genealogy. I don't know if some of y'all was over in Monty Bay's live the other day. He showed you where he's been helping this guy do his genealogy. While on his genealogy, somebody else done claimed that they got black, they got Chinese and black, and he got down up under Black America. These people, man, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up with these people. This is what it's all about. These people are coming to take your place. What do y'all think Trading Places is about or Coming to America is about? They got y'all thinking Eddie Murphy is, and all this is the Africans coming. All is everybody is coming to take your place because they're trying to make it look like the people that was once here no longer exist. So this is all free game. This will be a land full of foreigners. And guess who's saying it's theirs? The same motherfucker that's running that goddamn DNA. The same motherfuckers that's running around here talking about do your DNA. They know exactly who the fuck you are. They know exactly who the fuck you are. I'm be honest with you. They got your records. Now, if they didn't have your records, why? My sister made a valuable point the other day. If they ain't got your record, why would they ask you to pay $29? All they have to do is say, well, we don't have any slave records over here on Ancestry, but we do have a place special for the slave laws of the sponsors that brought, so you can be able to find and trace your ancestors back to the slave ship. Now, why would my ancestors be over here in Ancestry.com? Because that right there supposed to be for us. I'm just saying, y'all, just put two and two together. It doesn't make sense. Now, because everybody and every ship that ever ported or deported from here has a slave manifesto. It has a slave manifesto. It was sponsored by one of these corporations. Because you do know that's who over here trying to own our land is corporations. Oh, I'm in Tennessee. You didn't know Tennessee is a corporation? That's a whole corporation. Y'all didn't know that? Louisiana's a corporation. Alabama is a corporation. Virginia is a corporation. They turned them all into corporations. Doing business. These are motherfucking facts. So people running around here now hollering they African American because they don't know who the fuck they are. But then get mad at you for going digging up records to prove who the fuck you are. Hold on, let me see this. Oh yes, tribal turn up. I know that. Yeah, that's what I was talking about when they make man. We was doing that. That's what Yakub was about us creating them. They're the incubator babies. You know, they may call them the Cabbage Patch children. They're the whole orphan train thing. You know, when we was listening to that bill the other day, they brought us said Europe had already lost their children to America. No, the fuck you didn't. You ain't lost nobody, nigga. Y'all was still being grafted. Still being used to make new motherfucking people. And guess what they did? This is how you know it's all bullshit, y'all. Now, how do you everywhere we go, there's a what you call a bank in our communities. What you call it? Plasma. They taking out plasma, y'all, to stop all these deficiencies amongst them. That's why they want you to donate your plasma, because you literally help them stop all these deformities that they're born with. But if they were so natural, why they have to have a shot so their bodies won't turn against the baby that they created in their own body? They created these babies in their own body. So why would they need a shot for their body not to turn against the fetus that their body created? Explain that. Now, melanin shots. Yeah, but they give them what they call those shots, Rogan shots. They give that to them. Let me get over here. I'm gonna play this video. Because you know, a lot of people they play us to be bitches around here. What they like to do. When we was the main ones out here fighting to protect our land, and you can't find, come on up out of there. And you can't find not one of them fight no wars, none of them. It's crazy. How are y'all the warriors, but yet, hey sis, hey Lainey, we don't see none of y'all in none of the wars. We didn't see none of y'all in none of the wars. None of them. So let me get over here. With y'all great warrior having fake warrior having asses. There's several videos. Hold on, y'all.
The Harlem Hellfighters was a regiment of New York National Guardsmen in the First World War. They were set up to fail by their own government. They were humiliated, degraded, eventually given to the French army as a throwaway, and they ended up coming home as one of the most decorated units in the entire U.S. Army.
The Harlem Hellfighters are one of the most important regiments in American history. In World War I, they helped to establish to the entire world the power of Black soldiers in the military.
It was very difficult at that time for African Americans to get into the United States military because there was this perception that African Americans would not do well in battle. They had to overcome the prejudice of their own countrymen and yet also perform ably on the battlefield.
Like so many units of African American descent, when they go overseas, they're not sure what they're going to do. Are they going to fight as infantry? Or are they going to be stevedores and load ships? Or are they going to be labor units and cut wood?
And so they're committed to labor duty, they're unloading ships, building latrines, those type of support services. And as you can imagine, these men have been trained and they're willing to fight, they're ready to fight, and this is stressful for them.
They were finally given to the French army, which in a way was an even greater insult because in the First World War, when the United States entered, General Pershing, the commanding officer, was very clear that American forces would not be fed piecemeal into the French and British army because the French and British wanted reinforcements, and Pershing said absolutely not. When Americans join this war, they will fight as an American force under an American flag led by an American general. ... except for the black guys. You can have them.
Henry Johnson is perhaps one of the most remarkable Black military heroes in U.S. history.
And he found himself in no man's land with Private Needham Roberts manning a listening post.
And Needham Roberts hears click, click, click. He realizes somebody's cutting the wire. It's potentially a German raid.
And so Roberts is passing him grenades and they line up these grenades and the Germans actually do come across the lines. Roberts is hurt and now Henry Johnson is left to defend their position and to stave off this attack. And then he makes the mistake of jamming a French cartridge into his American gun and it no longer will work. And the Germans are on top of it.
He then used his rifle like a club, and then he ended up fighting with a knife against the Kaiser's best and turned them.
He's wounded in the fray. He's struck, for example, in the foot and has debilitating injury as a result. And he fights them off, he says, for what seemed like an hour.
The Germans ran shrieking into the night, all because of one man.
It's not until the next morning that people realize what a tremendous act this was. They discover 4 bodies of dead German soldiers. And they also realize from the equipment and other things that are left behind that as many as 30 may have been involved in this altercation.
As soon as he drove off those Germans, the French awarded him with the Croix de Guerre, a great honor. Unfortunately, it took about 75 years for the US government to give him Legion of Merit. Had he been white, he would have walked out of that war with the Medal of Honor. What was so shocking to me when I began to research the story of the Hellfighters was that after they had performed so magnificently in combat, the United States government actually sent a memorandum to the French government, essentially implementing Jim Crow, essentially saying, don't give them some notion that they are equals because we don't want them taking that notion back to the United States and demanding equality.
When he come back to the United States, he's not awarded the Purple Heart. There's no notation in his military record of his injury. And so he winds up not being able to work because of this injury. He doesn't get any kind of assistance from the army or from the government as a result. And he ends up dying in 1929 penniless. So it again shows the paradox. Here's this great story of valor and of courage on the part of the soldier. And ultimately, he comes back to a nation that doesn't honor that sacrifice.
We tend to think we all know American history so well, but the story of the Harlem Hellfighters should be one of the first stories told. It wasn't about killing other people, it was about being Americans and serving their country well. That was the inclination of the Harlem Hellfighters.
When you are African American in 1917, democracy is armor. Democracy is a weapon. And to fight for a war to make the world safe for democracy was something more than just some ethereal crusade for the Hellfighters. It had concrete results. They were fighting for the rights to be a citizen of the country that they were born in.
Of course, you know I'm going to tell y'all, you got to dodge the hijack. Why the fuck would we be fighting to be citizens when this was our shit? It's always some fuckery. This is why I say, so we got to really, really talk. I almost said something. I'm so sick of y'all with your lies. And you act like we went off to fight a war because we had to be trained. Bitch, we was already warriors when you motherfucking frail, motherfucking lifeless motherfuckers got here. And then we had to nurse back the fucking health holes. They literally hate us, y'all. I'm going to just keep it a buck. They hate everything about you because you're so great. You're so great that they got to lie to make themselves look good. Halito, Donna. Halito, enemies public. Halito, who else just came? They got to literally lie, Rainy Storm. Herb, Melissa Selim, S. Dot. Halito, if I missed you, please charge it to the head, not to the heart. They literally have to lie, y'all, to make themselves look like they was the warriors out there. They always try to make like, even when the fake ass Civil War or the wars with what was the other one? The Revolutionary War. It was all our people. You know what they say? Don't shoot till you see the whites on their eyes. No, don't shoot till you see the goddamn skin color. Because guess what, nigga? You couldn't shoot those guns unless you was really close to the person. Because those guns had a lot of defect in them. And it took time to even try to put the gunpowder back in the motherfuckers. Halito Lamar Chata. Halito Chief Dagger. It says J Digger. I mean, just all lies. They got to defame us just to make themselves look good. The reason why they started these wars, because you owned everything. Niggas, wake up. You owned it all. They started World War I and II because they was trying to get motherfuckers in. Pay attention. They say they were fighting fucking Russians, right? Then if you were fighting Russians, why the fuck was they bringing the Russians in here by the motherfucking hundreds of thousands at the same time you fight them? I'm not lying. Look it up. You over there fighting them, but they were bringing them in here. I just showed y'all a live migration just the other day. Do I got to pull that back up so y'all can see for yourselves? A whole live migration, and they was at the top until the fucking Mexicans came in. The whole time, they got you taking our people because they didn't expect them to come back. That's why they kept starting these fraudulent ass wars back to back. Because the thing was so you would die on foreign land that you wouldn't return because they had already had people here taking your land. And then you got these dumbass motherfuckers pushing this goddamn out of Africa and talking about we don't own shit. If we didn't own it, what's the motherfucking reason to kill us off? If we don't own the goddamn land, why would you even think about exterminating us? If it ain't our shit, what's the purpose? Exactly, Sister Soul. That plays a part in taking us to other lands as well. Everywhere you go, the world represents us. Think about it. Y'all on TikTok. Who are they on TikTok trying to emulate? I don't see them trying to be Native Americans, Caucasian. Everybody on that motherfucker is looking to see what you're doing. So they can take it outright and say, well, this was ours. This is our culture. You freely just give away everything. And this is crazy. I can't make y'all see that you should be gatekeepers at this point. Exactly, Brandon. Why would you even go off to fight a war on somebody else's territory when you could clearly just took a boat trip back to Africa? Make that make sense. Now, you being mistreated, all kind of fuck shit. You didn't have to go fight no war for these people. You could say, fuck y'all, we going on back home. Fuck them, epic status. Fuck them. Halito Red Feather Rock. This is exactly why social media was invented, because they needed propaganda so they could sell their narrative. You do know most propaganda is through word of mouth, right? Anytime you need something to sell, it's through, word of mouth. So what's the saying they say? I'm going to get it from the horse's mouth. No, you're not. Everybody's been telling our story but us. How they took out land and everything. Everybody's been lying and hiding the indigenous people all this time because it wouldn't benefit to tell these people that these are the true people and not the natives. That's why it wouldn't be. Why would they want you to tell your story? It's going to go against their narrative. Because remember, they done told many stories. They told you the Pilgrims landed. They met with the Indians. They killed off the Indians. They came and slaughtered all the Indians. Then they come back and tell you that the Spaniards came through here. They came through here with smallpox. I mean, it's been so many stories told. And they've been told by foreigners. They all been told by foreigners. Because they convinced you that you're dead. They literally convinced you that you're dead. They convinced you that a bunch of fucking Africans came here, didn't fight for their own rights not to get on a boat or drug off the shores of West Africa. They beat the shit out of them from sun up to sundown, made them pick cotton and corn. Then all of a sudden they start running away and creating these large motherfucking goddamn militias, what you would call confederacies. The Seminoles. All bullshit. Where you gonna run to? You don't even know the land. That whole part, Sister Soul. It's the lies for me. Everything. I mean, nothing about this American nightmare. Because this is what it is. It's a nightmare for the indigenous people. They want you to hush up while they keep bringing in all this mass migration of people in here. I keep telling y'all, this still the Asian pack. Whether you want to believe it or not, we still dealing with the Asian pack. That's why they brought fucking Alaska. Those people, the Siberians, look like that. This all Asia. Then they had them to come in and said they was you because they bought Alaska. You didn't see none of these people. Did y'all see anybody? And let me play a couple more videos. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. They said that they was the warriors. That's what the natives say. The natives say that they was the warriors. But yet, we can't find them in none of the wars. Ain't that crazy? Fair use.
Three years after coming to power in Germany, Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party
Is it
are
breaking
spreading
up? Put
fear
one in the
throughout
chat if
Europe.
it's loud and clear for me.
Estland, Norwegen, Schweden, Dänemark, Niederlande, Belgien, Großbritannien, Irland, Frankreich, Portugal, Spanien, die Schweiz, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Poland.
And it's not just overseas where extremism is on the rise. In the U.S., where the Depression still wreaks havoc on the economy, Black Americans face twin evils, the segregation born of blatant racism, and in some places, another evil.
I grew up in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I lived right downtown in a working class neighborhood with an Irish grocery store on one corner, an Italian bar on another, and the Nazi party was on the third corner. It was 1936 when my daddy gave me the talk. And we were walking by the Nazi party headquarters. They were Heiling Hitler. And he said, these people are white supremacists. They think they're better than anybody else, but that's a sickness. And you don't get angry with sick people. He took me to a segregated movie to see Jesse Owens in the 36 Olympics. Jesse won the 100-meter dash, and Hitler refused to give him his medal. Instead, he walked out of the stadium in anger and took all of the black shirt Nazis with him. Jesse didn't worry about that. He stayed cool. He just went on and won 3 more gold medals.
By 1940, certain that conflict is inevitable, the U.S. begins ramping up to support the war effort.
The War Department was spending billions and billions of dollars on new airplanes, new tanks, in an effort to prepare for what they thought was coming. And so that meant a lot of jobs for a lot of people. And that's actually what brought the country out of the Great Depression. But African Americans saw themselves being left behind in that and began agitating and organizing to make sure that they were given equal opportunity in those hiring decisions.
In September 1939, Great Britain and France declare war on Germany. 1 year later, the U.S. launches the first peacetime draft. All men between the ages of 21 and 35, regardless of race, are required to register. Among them is Charles McGee from Cleveland, Ohio.
Just 20 years old, he is eager to serve his country, and he wants to fly.
And I learned about the program because of the now called Tuskegee Airmen. The first were the mechanics. The policy of the Army at the time was saying that they couldn't use a black pilot because there were no black mechanics. In other words, they insisted on segregation.
The same year, under pressure from the NAACP, President Roosevelt orders the Army Air Corps to begin training black pilots in Alabama at Tuskegee Institute, made famous by Booker T. Washington. They will receive a college education during their training, paid for by the government. But it will not be easy.
The way I heard about the Tuskegee Airmen program, I was learning to fly here in Colorado Springs, and was the Flight magazine came out with an article about Tuskegee and the flight program. You can go to college and learn to fly, and the government will pay for it. And so they set me up for that program.
By the end of 1940, young black men from all over the country make their way to Tuskegee for training.
I was drafted. I caught the train heading to Fort Meade, Maryland. Got to Washington, D.C., had a 2-hour layover, came back to get on the train, and he says, "No, you ride in the car where Negroes ride. Welcome to the South." It wasn't as prevalent. Down the South, you just knew it. They knew they had their side, and you had your side. Well, as long as you were on the campus of Tuskegee Airfield, it was okay. But it's when you went to town, they had big signs, whites here, blacks here, and all that sort of thing. I didn't know I couldn't go into certain restaurants, or I never paid any mind.
Fortunately, we had classmates who let us know you don't go to this part of town to buy gas. And fortunately, we stayed out. Our focus was in the training and so on, so there was very limited activity in the town, even in the training.
It occurred to me that, well, why is the military like this? But I didn't pay any money. I want to fly, so I said I'd put up with a lot of stuff.
On behalf of the United States Army, the reception center here at this camp, we're glad to welcome you here today and into the United States Army.
Forward, right flank, forward, yep, forward.
Even so, the young airmen soon learned that not everyone welcomed them, even on the air base.
We were trained by black instructors. Their job was twofold. One, teach us to fly, and secondly, to condition us for the white instructors that we would have in basic and advanced, where they would get in our face, call us names, all kinds of things to wash us out. So they didn't believe in the program, and they thought it was a waste of time and money. During that period of time, the washout or failure rate for white cadets was running at 63%. The first class that went through Tuskegee, the washout rate was 40%. And they says, no, this will never happen again. So they made sure they had a washout rate of 73% or higher, 10% higher than the white cadets. That's why we only graduated 996.
We were really fighting something that had been started back when the Army War College did a study in 1925, claiming that physically we were qualified to serve our country, mentally, morally, and otherwise inferior to the white man, therefore no service in a technical area such as maintaining flying an airplane would even be possible.
Flying training program was designed for our failure. They didn't want any black pilots, period. General Hap Arnold didn't want any blacks in his white Air Force. So everything was against us. We had to go through a lot of injustices. We lost a lot of good pilots.
By March 1941, the Tuskegee program faced financial trouble. Help came from First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. She traveled to Tuskegee and flew with instructor Charles Alfred Anderson.
was quite a deal because the person she flew with was Charles Alfred Anderson. He became the chief instructor for us.
Then, in early 1941, the 99th Pursuit Squadron was established. One day, this squadron will become part of the unit known as the Tuskegee Airmen. My father, Colonel Lawrence E. Roberts, would be one of them. He would one day tell me he'd never known such freedom as a black man as he felt flying a plane.
These men were pioneers of a venture so new that you who stand here before me now, after 3 years, may still be considered forerunners in the movement which has given you a place in the fighting men of the sky.
No thought at the time that we were going to go down Tuskegee and set the world on fire. We were just happy to be able to take part and for many do something that they had wanted to do, and that's fly an airplane.
You know, it's heartbreaking to see that this shit is still going on against my people. The same shit they did then, they doing right now. And they bringing in Ukrainian now and Mexicans again. The Mexicans has never stopped coming in, y'all. The Mexicans are part of the Asian. That's why they passed that bill so fast for the fucking Asian hate. I don't care what nobody say. I think the Asians is running this country. And everything is a propaganda. Well, running that corporation. They got y'all thinking, because how is it they coming up in here buying all the land? How they got all these stores and shit here in America? Somebody's making a pact and it ain't with us. Exactly, Sister Soul. People making deals while we sleeping, arguing and bickering. They're making deals. We got niggas over here today part of the Asiatic. But that'll be for another day. And that's why ain't nobody sitting in your chat. Niggas that's out here representing the corporation and don't even know they represent the corporation. Stop. That's what's going on. Halito Mexico tea. Halito salmon. The same shit that took place then is going on right now. They start up wars to send our brothers, our fathers out, nephews out, our cousins out to fight fraudulent wars. Because they do not want them to come back. But you know what? This is what they're doing now, y'all. I'm telling you what they're doing. They're injecting them with all these different bullshit. Guarantee you these so-called Caucasian soldiers is not getting hit with the shit that they're giving our men, our brothers, our nephews and cousins. They ain't getting injected. These men went off to fight because they was told that these people was going to invade and take their land, not knowing they was right. They was right. Because while they was over there trying to protect them from coming here to take the land, they were bringing them in. While they was shipping them out, they was bringing them back through the back door. They was bringing them all in the back door so they could take the land while they was gone. That's what they was doing. I keep telling y'all, you ain't have to go back that far. I know a lot of us like to dig. The only thing that you need to dig on is your bloodline to make sure it plays a part in the story, the narrative that took place in America, to know what your bloodline was. As far as history itself, it's called history. Those are his words, not your ancestors' words. Exactly, Sister Soul. Halito original Skywalker, War 861. The war had never ended. Because while they had the Tuskegee out fighting, they was injecting the ones, they was injecting that whole tribe with syphilis. They tell you how they injected them with syphilis. But what about their tribes that they left behind here? They was injecting them too with syphilis. It wasn't just the airmen. They went and did that to their whole tribe. Propaganda. And y'all wonder why I'm angry and I say the things that I say. This is passion for my people. Because I see my people don't have an understanding. This is all theatrics. All of it is theatrics. It's all about fooling you into thinking that something is going to take place. Get you started, get you caught up in the midst, take you out of here. And while they taking you out of here, they bringing in some more people to come in and take your place. It wasn't that many of them here, y'all. Like I said, I showed y'all the Great Migration in live. I mean, it was literally in live how they was coming here. They kept document. You don't think they ain't kept document, but they ain't show no Great Migration of you. They give you 12 million. That's the same amount of people of them that they brought here. Now, how is that? Now, how is it that y'all stole 12 million people off the shores of Africa? And when they knew they couldn't make that stick, then they started saying that they were selling their people. Africa should have been butt naked by the end, goddammit. The West Coast shouldn't have had nobody. She said in 1965, all restrictions were lifted and the Chinese started to arrive in America. And yes, they did. They've been doing this to us over and over to take the land from us. This is all they've been doing. And you keep falling for the okie doke and thinking these people talking about going off and vote. This is all y'all talk about, going off and vote. They don't know nothing else. They think our people really believe voting is going to save them. They really believe, I don't care for none of them, because guess what? We're the indigenous people. We got nothing to do with that. We have nothing to do with that. I want to show y'all another, and I'm glad my sister brought that up. Every time it's a coup. They always someone with a coup to get your motherfucking ass. They got you right here. I told you they talk about Angel Island. I showed y'all the video on Angel Island.
Lessons is actually.
I showed y'all the video on Angel Island the other day.
I teach classes.
And again, like I said, all they do is start something. They started the Vietnam War. Then they bring people in on us. Hold on, let me make sure it's showing. It's showing, hold on.
And Asian Americans in public policy. And one of my first lessons is actually my family history of 6 generations in the US and how public policy has shaped my family's personal lives. So my family faced exclusion, faced segregation, faced being detained, faced being deported. You know, the political is personal and the personal is political.
When students learn about immigration history in school, they're often introduced to Ellis Island, the processing center in New York Harbor where millions of immigrants arrived in the US, mainly from Europe. But the history of Angel Island is less known.
Angel Island is now a National Historic Landmark. It sits in the middle of San Francisco's Bay, but it was originally an immigrant detention center.
This station, which operated between 1910 and 1940, was a hub for people arriving from Asia.
When Angel Island was first being built, the newspapers had all of these really flowery descriptions. They described Angel Island as being the future Ellis Island of the West, but with palm trees, with a pleasant sea breeze, and it really could not be more different.
The US has a long history of limiting immigrants from Asia.
So we've had a lot of exclusionary laws against Asians. In 1875, they banned mostly Chinese women because they were seen as being prostitutes and trafficked for sex. 1882, they passed Chinese Exclusion Act.
In 1917, there was the Asiatic Barred Zone that was created by Congress, which basically barred 500 million people from Asia from entering the United States. So on Ellis Island, about 20% of the immigrants are detained. When they are detained, it's for relatively short periods, just 1 to 2 days. When we look to Angel Island, we see that 60% of all immigrants were detained. Chinese immigrants were the group that had the most detentions in relation to their population. They counted their detentions not in 1 to 2 days, but in weeks and months. The longest detention that we have found on record was 756 days. So the inequality between these two immigration stations is really stark when we look at the numbers, but also at the stories as well.
I live in San Francisco, so I knew about Angel Island because we saw it all the time when we drove across the bridge. And I probably learned about it from my family, who told me that my grandmothers went through Angel Island.
Both of Russell Jung's grandmothers came through Angel Island and were detained in the 1920s.
My grandfather, on my dad's side, brought my grandmother to the US, and we recently got her immigration records where she went through Angel Island. And they actually had to have 3 witnesses who were white in order to prove that my grandfather was born in the US and was an American citizen entitled to bring a wife back. And so it was a grueling interview. I saw all the transcripts. They were very lengthy and difficult.
Jung's family story is typical of the discrimination that many Asian immigrants coming through Angel Island faced. In fact, the walls of Angel Island are covered with lines of Chinese poetry written by detainees that describe their hardships.
The immigration station was known to be overcrowded, known to be unsanitary, known to have unhealthy food. Detainees were very limited in their freedoms. They were not allowed to be outside for many hours of the day.
And even after immigrants left Angel Island, racism and racist laws made building a life here difficult. That can be seen clearly in the story of the Bagai family from India.
There weren't many South Asians to come to the United States during this time period, even before the 1917 Immigration Act, and there were hardly any women. But in 1915, the Bagai family, made up of Vaishno Das Bagai, father and husband, and his wife Kala, and their 3 young boys, came to the United States through San Francisco.
It was quite a voyage, quite a trip. And my grandmother did not know a word of English at that time. She didn't know anything about American culture. My grandfather did. He had learned English in school in India. He was wearing American clothes.
They were not the usual South Asian migrant family. Vaishno was a professional. He had capital, unlike most who came as laborers. Vaishno was also an Indian nationalist. He opposed British colonialism of his homeland.
He wanted the rights and freedoms that America was supposed to guarantee, and that they didn't have in India.
They established a business in San Francisco.
What you looking at is those, like they said, that's all over in Asia, including Hindustan, all that. Those are the people that's your Native Americans. So women stated genealogy shit got real deep for me. That IRS been on my ass for 3 years now, and I haven't done shit but that same shit. Something is off. Yes, they did. Need you 9. This right here, these are the people now that's claiming to be Native Americans. Russia, all that's Asia. They all the same people. We're not gonna play this game. The Asian pack, remember this. And they all got when they was taken to the concentration camps, they got reparations for that. That's what nobody's seen to talk about. Hold on. I want to show y'all more. I just wanted y'all to see that they did come through Angel Island, and she's clearly sitting here talking about her granddaddy that he was Hindustan. And when he died, he's going to be classified as a motherfucking Native American. But which he is. He's a Native American. He's not Indigenous American. Hold on. Where did that go to? Bear with me, y'all. What did I do with it? Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Because that ain't a shit. There you go. This was just a couple of days ago.
Leader.
Oh, wait a minute. Right here. Okay, showing. That's what I wanted to know.
Chris Dawkins. No doubt the most pressing problem confronting Black America in the last week is the United States Supreme Court decision overturning affirmative action in college admission for minority students, specifically aimed at Black Americans. In a 6-3 decision, that court just took this country back at least 50 years in their obvious attempt to finish the work started by disgraced and impeached President Donald Trump's Make America Great Again. The decision is a travesty against justice and laughable when they argued that the Constitution calls for a colorblind country. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson exposed the hypocrisy of the 6 justices that voted in the affirmative, and especially Clarence Thomas, who will be the subject of our hot topic following this segment of the program. When she wrote, "With let them eat obliviousness, today the majority pulls the ripcord and announces colorblindness for all by legal fiat. But deeming race irrelevant in law does not make it so in life." Usually, we Black Americans are used to white America challenging our struggles to equality in this country. Now we have another adversary, the Asians, who brought this suit to eradicate affirmative action. In the Students for Fair Admission, Inc. versus President and Fellows of Harvard College, a case initiated by the Asian Americans, they went after primarily the African American students whom they felt had the unfair advantage of race in their applications for admission to universities.
Court would move in the direction that it did today. Why do you think that this is the right way to move forward on this?
Right. Well, I think this is a win for students all across America, because we shouldn't be judging students based on their race when we're deciding who gets into what schools. I think that I believe that your previous guest is mistaken in this regard. Because I think that by getting rid of affirmative action, now we look at the individual student and what they've accomplished, and we can look at what barriers they've overcome. But we view them as an individual first and foremost, as opposed to just viewing them as a blob in an amorphous, larger racial group, as opposed to just under this new system, we get to view students for who they are as individuals. And I think that's a much better way to go forward on this topic.
You heard Boo's point there, though, that this now forces students, if they want the school to take into account race in some fashion or form, that they're going to have to now write about this.
Right. Well, I think that fundamentally, right, for most people, race is just a characteristic. It's sort of the way that your body manifests. I think that for some students that does play a role in how they experience the world, but for some students it doesn't. And I think that allowing them that option to express that in an essay, for instance, affords much more freedom, because race doesn't affect everybody the same way. And to just have a blanket policy where
Coming from a motherfucker that ain't sitting on his own land, speaking whole English. Coming from a motherfucker that should stay home on his own land. I keep telling y'all this is the Asian pack. All these grafted babies are running around here trying to tell you who you are and what you should do. Hint, hint. Planet of the Apes. All the motherfucking Neanderthals are telling you that you're less than, that you should be inferior to a motherfucking animal. That part, Vic. They all want to fit themselves into the fucking narrative. Every last one of them. Everybody got something to say about us because we're not speaking up for ourselves. Why do we need anybody to tell our story when we should be telling our own story? This shit has gotten on my last nerves, y'all. But yet motherfuckers rather go make bills and talk about shit that don't matter, why our people still being gunned down, thinking they black, thinking that they're less than, that they're inferior to another race of people. Well, this is where I want to start it. Us telling our story.
This program contains subject matter and language that may be disturbing to some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Nobody else is telling our story but us. Time out for people telling us.
Halito Tribe, I'm your host, Chief Cali, checking back in with you for another episode of Our Story, 1968, Indian Civil Rights. Now, when we met last, we were introduced to some of those Americans that I do will be featured throughout various episodes of season 1 of this docuseries, presenting information that will help many of you watch get a new or possibly a better understanding of exactly what season 1 of this docuseries is all about. Now, for those of you who took that mental note, tucked it away safely, and kept it inside of your mental stash box when I made this mention previously, and you can recall me stating that yes, although we are highlighting the year of 1968, the civil rights movement, and also the leadership of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., if you just sit back, relax, and hopefully allow us, as creators of this docuseries, keep our promise to you, the youth, the parents, the viewers of this presentation, and do as we said we would, which is give our best effort at walking you very slow through each specific topic of information assigned to each specific episode of this docuseries. By the time we made it to the end of the road of season 1, as I stated once before, many of you who will get the understanding that the whole time you were watching this, it never fully was about the civil rights movement or even Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But it had everything to do with those people. Those people of the civil rights movement who were fighting right alongside Dr. Martin Luther King for the rights of Indians. And then suddenly came up missing after the assassination of Dr. King. Right. Yes. Those people who at one point in their lifetime identified on this land amongst each other as Americans. Not only Americans, but American Indians. Before they were reclassified to such names as colored, Negroes, Blacks, and African Americans. Well, if y'all are ready, then I'm ready. Let's jump back into our story.
We're not asking permission. We're going to tell our story, and you're going to listen. I'm trying.
They don't know our story. They don't know what we've been through, baby. They're all on the outside looking in. But we still gonna do what we want to. Touching conversations. A bunch of apologizing and explaining. But we live and we learn. Hey, I bet they ain't think that we would make it, but we overcame it. This shit ain't nothing to play with. Family over everything, still the same shit, and I wouldn't trade it for nothing. Nah, we've been through hell and back, but we're still standing on our team. Hey, you know how we do it, we go all in. Yeah, it's us over everybody. I when it's trouble in paradise, those and motherfuckers wanna hear about it. Let's be clear about it. We don't make decisions based on their opinions. We can't expect no can we make the vision as long as we know the business. Cause they don't know our story. They don't know what we've been through, baby. They're all on the outside looking in. But we still gonna do what we want to. Said it would be easy. But when you commit this shit, you gotta keep on fighting for who and what you believe in. Believe it. Cause I ain't going nowhere, baby. I'll be here till the end of time. Take no chances, I won't jeopardize. No, I won't. Cause true love only happens once. I know my past ain't pretty, but she still ride with me. You see this ain't for everybody. I went to trouble in paradise. Those and motherfuckers wanna hear about it. Let's be clear about it. We don't make decisions based on their opinions. We can't expect no can we make them see the vision as long as we know the business. Cause they don't know our story. They don't know what we've been through, baby. They're all on the outside looking in. But we still gonna do what we want to.
This is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
Up to 5,000 blacks are believed to have moved to Ghana from North America, the Caribbean, Brazil, and Europe. For me, it's been a bittersweet homecoming.
Yes, this is home. This is our new home. We've been here approximately 5 weeks now. Of course, we've been in Ghana going on 4 months.
And this is where we plan to have our entertainment room, which is...
Dr. Adwoa Asatiwa left a university professorship to move to Cape Coast with her husband, Kwaku.
We decided to relocate.
As expected, they found they can live luxury on their savings.
So if you're going to retire, this is a better option than going to Florida.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Florida. If you go to Florida, you have to start with $1 million up front, and that's not going to buy you much in Florida.
But they've had to come to terms with a disturbing discovery. The Africans they see as brothers and sisters see them as strangers.
We wanted to feel like we had come home. However, we later found that we weren't that welcome by the native population. We weren't welcome is because they don't know us and we don't know them.
It takes just a short visit to the local market to see the gulf of 500 years of separation.
I don't want smoke, I want crack.
Most locals don't even regard them as fellow blacks.
You have Ruba, I want Ruba.
They call them a Bruni, meaning whites.
How much you gonna charge me? And don't charge me old Bruni prices. Beanie. If you charge me old Bruni, I don't buy. I like you, so I'm gonna pay 1,000, but I know you overcharge me.
So is she a Bruni? She's a Bruni, is she?
Yeah. So I'm not old Bruni, I'm Bibini. Okay, yo, Ashanti.
It is not a very pleasing way to be identified. You know, we don't want to be called a Bruni because we certainly weren't treated like a Bruni in the U.S. By any stretch of the imagination. We were treated as African people. So that is a challenge.
She's also found that people have little sympathy for them as descendants of slaves.
They don't know the history. They don't know who we are. They don't know that we are Abebu. They don't know that we are descendants of the Africans that were taken here through enslavement into the various Americas. They don't understand that for the most part. But our task and our challenge is to bring this information back to our brothers and sisters here.
Happen a lot. I've talked about before on here, and you see me in posts talk about it, that you know, I know that I am Native American. I am not from Africa.
All right, we're gonna jump right into this lesson, but first, let's identify that Frederick Douglass knew the so-called African Americans were in fact indigenous to America. All right, I want to read from this book real quick. The chief tribe inhabiting the semi-mountainous sagebrush-covered territory of Utah are the Indians of the same name, pronounced Utahs, all in a more or less savage condition, but with the exception of a few scatterbands at peace, or at worst on terms of armed neutrality with the whites. Pahutas, Pahides, Shoshones, Lukuraka, or sheep eaters, etc., are the names of some of the smaller bands. Most of them are low class, closely approximating to the diggers and poor in the extreme. The Goships are perhaps the most wretched of them all. So let's go down, get some more on these Utahs. They are very considerably inferior to even the despised Indians of California, inferior to all the races of savages on our continent, inferior to the Hottentots, and actually inferior in some respects to the Kitches of Africa. Such of them as we saw along the road and hanging about the stations were small, lean, scrawny creatures, in complexion a dull black, like the ordinary American Negro. So they were comparing these tribes to the American Negro. The government has always known that. Frederick Douglass knows as well. Even when you look at the magazines, they have magazines called Copper Romance. On these magazines, you see our women on these magazines. Why would they use that term copper? Even during the times of the Cotton Club, they had magazines called Copper Colored Gals. Why would they use that term copper colored? We got to ask ourselves, why would they use that term copper colored? Because they understood the 1828 definition of American in the Webster's Dictionary, which says a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginal or copper colored races. Why would they use that term copper for our people and use the same definition in the dictionary? make the correlation. Frederick Douglass, in his own paper on January 22nd, 1852, Frederick Douglass had his own section in the paper called the Colonization Scheme, into where he said, there is no sentiment more universally entertained nor more firmly held by the free colored people of the United States than that this is their own, their native land, and that here, for good or for evil, their destiny is to be wrought out. Why was he saying their destiny is to be wrought out? He was referring to a man named Robert Finley in 1816 who started something called the American Colonization Society, and where they was trying to Africans to West Africa. They wanted us to go there willingly. They also started something called the Universal Negro Improvement Association, where they wanted to try to force all of the so-called African Americans who are actually indigenous Americans. They wanted to force us to willingly go to Liberia and set up Liberia. In fact, indigenous Americans founded Liberia. Okay? So Frederick Douglass has always known he himself is indigenous. You can Google that. There's also an article with Frederick Douglass called The Folly of Colonization, into which he said, it is the proposition to colonize the colored people of America in Africa or somewhere else. Happily, this scheme will be defeated, both by its impolicy and its impracticability. It is all nonsense to talk about the removal of 8 million of the American people from their homes in America to Africa. Why did he say that? Why didn't he say Africans moving back home to Africa? Because Frederick Douglass understood that the people you call African Americans are in fact the original indigenous people of America. Bottom line.
Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here.
So yeah, basically, I think what people need to understand is that when it comes down to the indigenous people that look like myself, or have indigenous heritage, we would say, and are tied to certain tribes that were obviously at a certain time frame going into what we call 1820s, 1830s, you know, they were no longer attached to these tribal situations from what try to show with the treaties and stuff. But what needs to be understood is, you know, we can jump from that 1820 time frame, the Indian removal time frame, and you can walk up a trail back to see when we get to like the 1900s that people are still knowing who they are in the system. But there's a term that's being used for a lot of these areas, and it's called the free person of color or free Negro term that, you know, we still use to this day in our culture, the word Negro. And it's crazy because now we look at the word Negro and the Indian and look at what's going on into, say, World War II. This is like in the 1930s. So when they talk about this World War II going on around the world, and that people who look like me and our ancestors that fought in World War II, and in a certain place, as an example, would be Virginia. And Virginia happens, and I have a source for it, says that, you know, and the name of the source is Who is an Indian and Who is a Negro? This is Virginia Indians in World War II draft. And it says by Paul T. Murray. Now, it says, who is an Indian, who is a Negro? How does one decide a person's race? Few Americans have ever had the occasion to ponder deeply these questions. In most cases, the answer is self-evident. A racial label is usually assigned by reference to obvious physical criteria, such as skin color, hair texture, and facial characteristics. But in any multiracial society, there are some people who cannot be neatly placed into one of a limited number of categories. Further, in society, one's social position depends heavily upon race. resolving questions of racial classification becomes a serious issue. People of mixed race may attempt to improve their position by changing their racial designation. Such an attempt forces government officials to confront directly the delicate issue of determination of race. Their decisions have far-reaching consequences, not only for the people directly involved, but also for the entire society. Now, the next paragraph is where it gets interesting to go to my point. During the Second World War, it says a small group of Virginia Indians challenged the prevailing system of racial classification. When called to register with the selective service system, they list their race as Indian. Local draft boards, however, would not accept this claim. They recall that in antebellum days, some of their registrant ancestors had married free Negroes. Based on this evidence, the boards insisted that the proper classification for all alleged Indians was Negro. The Indians adamant in refusing this designation. Draft board members were equally determined not to classify the men as Indians because such a classification would mean that they would be sent to the military service together with whites. For 5 years, the Indians appealed this decision through the channels of the state and the Federal Selective Service Bureau. Now that source, and the person that wrote it is touching on something, because when we get from the 1930s to World War, you know, people fighting in the World War II and stuff, and then they come back from the war, right? They know, especially those particular group of people in Virginia, who before they went into the war, they were Indians, whatever tribe in the area. Shout out to all the tribes in what we call today the state of Virginia. And at the same time, though, you got these people having to register as Negroes. In some cases, not having no mixture with actually people that might be made Negroes, but free Negroes. You see it said that. But not all of them have that mixture, and they're still having to be registered as Negroes. And that makes only sense because only Indians that look or could be, misclassified for a Negro would be Indians that look like us. So, or indigenous people of their tribes in that area that look like us. And now they're having to register on their paperwork as a Negro. So that is very important for our people in the past to understand that we understand now, to give to our people now in the present, that we understand what happened. People during the civil rights that knew who they were and still was identifying with what their cultural marker is for the tribal nature of the people, knew that in the system they had to register as free persons of color when it came to getting jobs or working for the military or certain different things. That last source that I read from is proof of that. And then obviously when we get to the 1960s with Martin Luther King, and he's talking about, being exiled on your own land, it sounded like a bunch of people who know they indigenous history still, and heritage and lineage, know that commercially, economically, politically, within their area of region, they're having into a new term that they're being described as free persons of color or free Negroes.
I didn't ask you that. Know what the nickname for the 1968 Civil Rights Movement was? What was it? The nickname of it? We know it was called the Civil Rights Movement in 1968. There were nicknames attached to it.
I'm unfamiliar with any other, maybe Black Love. I'm unfamiliar with the nicknames.
So it was, the nicknames was the Indian Civil Rights Act. They were fighting for the Indian Bill of Rights. They were also fighting for public Indian housing, right?
This program contains subject matter and language that may be disturbing to some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Why don't black people think that they were the Indians? Why do niggas only think that they was fucking African? Okay, I'll tell you why. For one, the word semantics got you fucked up. For two, okay, the Dow's Commission. As you can see, this is from the U.S. Department of the Interior. Okay, when you go to the U.S. Department of the Interior, you go to tribes and you research information on Dow scrolls. I did this myself. I screenshotted this shit myself. I went there myself. And so that being said, it says what? Information on the Dow scrolls. The Dawes Commission was organized in 1893 to accept applications for tribal enrollment between 1899 and 1907 from the American Indians of the 5 civilized tribes who resided in the Indian Territory, which later became the eastern portion of Oklahoma. The 5 civilized tribes consist of the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Seminole Indians, and Chickasaw Indians. Okay? Now, with that being said, here's a paper on the Dow's roll. Now, these say identify Mississippi Choctaws. So what happened was, a part of one of the treaties in the Dow's Commission was to give land back to the Indians that was wrongfully taken. Okay? And so, as you can see, this shit say Williamson Mill. Most of these motherfuckers is white. Age 30, male, full-blooded Indian. Name of father. And so what happens was with the Dow's rolls is the government allowed other white people to pay $5 to get listed down as if they were an Aboriginal Indian, so that way they can receive the benefits of the land the government was supposed to give back to the blacks. So when you look at motherfuckers on the Indian reservations today, and they getting $20,000 to $100,000 checks a month from the government can't come on the reservation, they got all them casinos, that's actually our shit. But the reason we don't claim it is because we don't think that we the motherfuckers that was over here too. And so this is where you get the term $5 Indian from, because white people allow themselves to claim themselves as the Indians for $5 in order to receive the benefits from themselves that they were supposed to give to us. Okay? Now here's another joint right here. Another poster. All right? What year is this from? Let me find the date on it. 1902, July 1st. It says, the Commission of the 5 Civilized Tribes will continue in session. Okay? Notice given to all hereby free men listed as doubtful claimants that after May 31st, their cases will be considered and completed. Okay? Now this goes to, now you have to ask yourself, who the fuck is this nigga? Because this not a real Indian. Okay? So who is him? I'm finna show you. Okay? This is a $5 Indian. This is a Mexican. Okay? Don't worry, I got you. White people and Mexicans are the motherfuckers that's claiming today to be the Indians. Okay? Now let me show you how. If you go to an Indian reservation today, these are the 2 motherfuckers you gonna see. Okay? But these ain't the Negroes that the generals and the colonels was speaking about. These ain't the Seminoles and the Gullah warriors that they was worried about. So who the fuck are these people? If history already confirms they call Indians blue-black via the word indigo, these motherfuckers ain't blue-black. If everybody, including the presidents of the United States of America, confirmed that the Indians were black and they were fighting back, who the fuck is these people? See, I got to show you how they got there. So we're going to do imposter versus original part 1. This is imposter. Now, these are original black Indians. This is a Crow tribesman. This picture was taken in 1873. As you can clearly fucking see, there's a huge difference. A huge difference. So we have to ask ourselves, how did our ancestors become these motherfuckers? Okay? I'm gonna get the answer now. See? All non-Africans are Neanderthal. See? Now, this is an African woman from Africa. These are the Andaman Island black people by China. This is a queen from Jamaica. This is a light-skinned Khoisan or San people from Africa. And this is a black Aboriginal Indian woman from America. And the point I'm trying to make is all black people stem from that mitochondrial Eve gene. This is why no matter what shade we are, we got them same distinct features. You're going to see that nose, you're going to see them lips, and you're going to see that body type, okay? Now, if you're not of human descent, you're a Neanderthal, okay? If you're not of the descent of the black woman, you're a Neanderthal. Now, why is this important? As you can see, this albino African right here still look like an African. But this Dravidian man, aka the motherfuckers that's in India, when they're albino, they look like him. Now this dude right here at the top right with these freckles is not a white man. This is an albino Dravidian. The dude at the bottom is a white man. White people are genetically engineered Dravidians, and they're genetically dead Asians. This is why they call Caucasians. So what happens is when you take a white person and you mix them with a Chinese person and you mix them with a mulatto black person, you get a Mexican. So this is why racist white people call Mexicans spics, because a spick is like the equivalent to calling somebody a mutt. You know, a dog mutt is mixed with a lot of races. This is why you see right here, this Mexican look just like this Chinese man. This Chinese man right here look like Genghis Khan, and he looked just like this Mexican. Same nose, same lip, everything. The only difference between Chinese people and Mexicans is Mexicans have white people. I mean, they're mixed with white people, aka Spaniards, and they're mixed with mulatto black people. So when white people, because the Chinese was over here too, don't get it fucked up. When white people and Chinese people was raping motherfuckers in the Caribbeans, and Sir Francis Drake was doing his circumnavigation, and they was taking them mulattoes and having babies with them mulattoes, they started creating what you call Hispanics. Okay, so a Hispanic person is like the race of people that was created after mulattoes. So we know that mulattoes were not only created during slavery, Spanish people were too. Spanish people are a slavery bred race of people. Okay, that shit needs to be understood. So now this is why Spanish people believe that they were the fucking Olmecs. This is why Mexicans try to argue you down about being the Olmecs, because they look like the Indians that was over there today. But they don't know that the Indians that was over there is the $5 Indian. The nigga on the right is a Native American. The nigga on the left is a Mexican. These are not the same people, but they look exactly the same. I'm trying to tell y'all, I got this shit down pat, man. The nigga on the right is what you call a $5 Indian. This is the nigga you gonna see when you go to an Indian reservation today. The nigga on the left is a Mexican. This that you gonna see when you at any given mall in Los Angeles. Okay, why is this important? The nigga on the left think that he's original to the land. The nigga on the right think that he's original to the land, because they both have been finessed to take your place as the Indian, because you don't want to take your fucking place. Let's keep it moving. The nigga on the left is the nigga that you should see on the plantation. That's us. But the nigga on the right is who you see. This is the original Indian, and that's the $5 Indian. This is how they whitewash you from your history. Okay? Okay. And so now why is this important? Okay? The nigga on the right is receiving all your benefits. The nigga on the right, okay, is getting that $100,000 check. The nigga on the right is making that casino money, making that money and making all of that money that they make off the reservation, when really that shit should be coming to us. So when niggas get to talking about reparations for slavery, can we please include the money that they owe us for giving to these fake ass Indians? Because they owe us that too. See, y'all niggas got the game fucked up. Y'all niggas got the game fucked up. But don't worry, I'm gonna make sure we get it right. Now, this is proof that black people travel from North America to Africa and from Africa to North America. And I'm gonna do an entire lecture on this. I'm just giving y'all one snippet because I don't want to deter y'all minds from the Gullah Wars and have y'all, too far back in history, thousands of years ago. This is the ancient Mayan presence in Egypt. Okay, there is a temple in Egypt called the Maya Temple. It was sent to the Maya gatekeepers who are still living today, named Alun Juxyakin, Han Bates Men, and Don Alejandro. Don Alejandro says that according to the Mayan tradition, their ancestors came from the Pleiades star system to the four corners of Earth. Okay, same with black people, Egypt, Dogon, everybody got the same creation story. But continuing on, one of those corners being North Africa, Egypt. They were known as the Naga Maya. Okay, Naga meaning God, tribe, divinity. Maya meaning water in Mayans. Okay, so Naga comes from the African word Nag, which means tribe and God and divinity and royalty. And Maya comes from a still spoken language today, okay, which means water. So it translates into the tribe that came from across the water. Now on the left, okay, you see Mayan glyphs and architecture. Now on the right is a picture of a temple in Egypt, specifically in Saqqara. And these glyphs are in the Mayan temple, aka the Chapel of Maya. And when these glyphs were sent to these still today living heads of the Mayan culture, they confirmed that these were Mayan glyphs. So the Mayans, aka the Black Indians, Native Americans, Aboriginals, whatever the fuck you want to call them, were traveling to Egypt, and the blacks in Egypt were traveling to North America to Mayan civilization. So here's the thing, as I close this out, why do y'all niggas keep trying to sustain the Aboriginal versus African argument when it has never been a versus until today?
Came up, came down, stayed down, grinded on, stayed real, caught the clown, took his crown with the steel, made moves, broke free, new deal, big D, 500, SEL, DC, ATL, real G's, feel good, smoke good, drink good, more cash, new car, new crib, same hood, make shoes, don't lie, won't die, won't snooze, don't front, don't bruise, beat the game, won't lose, ride a hoop, hit stoves, Luda, slang a, could quit, no fear, won't quit, real spray, call dog, cyber pack, rip tracks, 5-0, been one, cut out, shot one, Nino Wicked, coming straight from the dick. Ain't that but the billows. You know what I'm saying? Hit some, loyal few, sell old, smoke trees, roll deep, smell new, let them casualties, jack, ghetto mafia, Nino Wicked, draw the line, world's cold, went gold, take soul, talking, spray song, smoke one, black tech, cook whip, shake and bake, catch break nicks, my money, can't hide, no love, gotta die, my town, too small, I won't be, voila, outrage, front page, stick-a-boo, at large, FBI, drug raid, break down, in charge, big clean, big bank, big dank, go pop, high power, no problem, get back, get on my feet. Y'all know it is, coming straight from the gator. Ain't never them belong. It made them Big D. Came up, came down, stayed down, right along, stayed real, caught the clown, took his crown with the steel, made moves, break free, new deal, big D, 500, SEL, DC, ATL, real G, feel good, smoke good, drink good, more cash, new car, new crib, say hood, make choose, don't lie, won't die, won't snooze, can't front, don't bruise, beat the game, won't lose, ride with the hit stores, new gear, slang yay, can't quit, no fear, won't quit, real spray, call dog, snipers pack, rip tracks, 5-0, band one, cut one, shot one, wicked! Now the same confidence, Taylor. Ain't never them billows. No, I said billows, not billows, billows. What's up, Taylor?
The life of Rosa Parks. She sat down to stand up for civil rights. 90 years ago, when Rosa Parks was growing up in Alabama, life was very unfair in the world she lived in. Black and white people were not treated equally, even though under the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the law said they must be. Instead, the government called separate but equal, which meant that people could still be segregated by race and skin color. In bathrooms, and at drinking fountains. Not very equal, right? Rosa Parks was born on February 4th, 1913. Her mother was a teacher and her father was a carpenter. When her parents separated, she moved to Montgomery in Alabama to live on her grandparents' farm. From there, she had to walk to school. Only white kids could use the bus. When her grandmother became sick and needed care, she was forced to quit school and look after her. At 19, Rosa met Raymond Parks, a barber and political activist in the fight for equal rights. They fell in love and soon they got married. Now, with his encouragement, she went back to studying and finished high school. At that time, less than 7% of the Black community graduated high school, so Rosa already stood out from the rest. After graduating, she settled into married life and took on a bunch of jobs, like doing laundry, mopping hospital floors, working in domestic service, and sewing and repairing clothes. Through her husband Raymond, Rosa got involved in the important work at the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Soon after, she started working as a secretary at the office in Montgomery, Alabama. She was busy investigating cases of racial injustice. What makes Rosa Parks so famous is what she did on December 1st, 1955. First, you gotta know that, at the time, the buses in Montgomery were divided. A seating area for white people and a seating area in the back for black people. If more white passengers needed seats, then black passengers had to move further back and stand. If there was no standing room, they had to get off the bus. That's how unequally people were treated. After a long day at work, Rosa caught the bus home. She was worn out, physically tired, and tired of all the unfairness she saw around her. She took her seat, but as the bus pulled up, 2 or 3 white passengers were left standing. The bus driver asked Rosa to give up her seat and move to the back. She politely refused and stayed put. Think what guts that takes. I felt a determination cover my body like a quilt on a winter's night, she later said. The driver called the police and she was arrested and put in jail. On Monday, December 5th, 1955, the day of Rosa's trial for disorderly conduct where she was found guilty, the Black community of Montgomery were organized, determined, and ready to act with a peaceful protest. They handed out leaflets that said,
"We are asking every Negro to stay off the buses Monday in protest of the arrest and trial. You can afford to stay out of school for one day. If you work, take a cab or walk. But please, children and grown-ups, do not ride the bus at all on Monday."
That Monday, no one used the buses. Everyone stuck to the boycott. People organized car sharing. Cabs charge only 10 cents for a ride, and a lot of the 40,000 people just walked. Do you have any idea how long they kept up the protest? 381 days. That's more than a year. Imagine how tough that must have been. Their victory came a year later when the Supreme Court said the segregation on public transport was against the law. Rosa Parks devoted the rest of her life to the fight for equal rights. Rosa wasn't the first to refuse to give up her bus seat to a white passenger. Don't forget brave women like Lily Mae Bradford, Irene Morgan, and Claudette Colvin, and other activists before her who did the same. Rosa Parks died in Detroit, Michigan in 2005 at the age of 92. Today, Rosa's defiance remains a symbol for us of everything we admire: courage, integrity, dignity, and true determination.
Remember this Native American lady? Who was that? You don't remember her? She looks familiar. What if I show you a younger pic? There she is. Native woman, very friendly to the colored, the Negroes. Jail? Then she did something bad. What in the world? Wait a second. Remember her? Yeah. The Native American woman who considers herself black because her country considered her black and treated her as such. Wait, what? She didn't come here off a slave ship. This is crazy. She was already here. Wow.
Halito tribe. Right now, I'm down here in Montgomery, Alabama, one of the major places of the civil rights movement, led by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In fact, the house right across the street back there is the house that he lived in from, I believe, 1950 to 1960.
February is a celebration of Black History Month. In Montgomery, Alabama, people from all over the country have the chance to take a full tour of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s home from front to back. One significant piece of history that everyone gets to see face to face is the bombing that took place while King was living in his home. Many people are shocked when they find out that there is still an indentation in the front porch where the bomb detonated.
Here right beside me is the home of Dr. Martin Luther King from 1954 until 1960. King was at Ralph Missionary Baptist Church when he got the phone call that his house had been bombed with his wife and children inside.
Reverend King was downtown at a meeting, and his wife was at home with their young baby, Yolanda, and the wife of a deacon of the church, Mary Lucy Williams was her name. Reverend King did not want her to be home alone because he had begun to receive threats on his life as well as his family's life. They were in the front room of the home where they heard a noise on the porch. They immediately went to back bedroom and the bomb went off.
While in the home, visitors get to see King's bedrooms, bathrooms, and more. Muhammad tells us that most tourists have a favorite part of the house.
The kitchen. The kitchen, because that is where Reverend King experienced his epiphany, where he heard God speak to him and tell him, be not afraid, and to go forward with his work in the civil rights movement.
The many tours that are given daily, Muhammad tells us, whether far or near, mostly all who visit King's home leave feeling more uplifted than when they entered the home.
They are very humbled. They seem to connect with the home. I think the home has a peace about it, and they seem to connect with that and identify with that. They are very surprised to see that we have so many authentic items in the home that were used by Reverend and Mrs. King.
Halito family, I'm down here in Montgomery, Alabama, one of the major places of the civil rights movement. In fact, it's the place where the famous boycott with Rosa Parks jumped off at, led by Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. Martin Luther King lived right here in this house behind me from like 1950 to 1960. He was the pastor here in Montgomery, Alabama. Now here's the thing. One thing I want to show you, I came to put my feet on the ground because I want to show you once again the area that Dr. King lived in. This area is a predominantly Black area. So back then, civil rights time, it would have been a Black area with white people coming through. Now, what I want y'all to understand, I told you there's certain things we have to pay attention to, and one of those things is geographical locations in these stories being told about Indian. Now here, we're in Montgomery, Alabama, where Dr. King lived in a predominantly Black neighborhood, as he did in the house he grew up in Atlanta, Georgia. I also showed you that. somebody's missing from this equation a set of Indians. They're missing from this equation. In this area, there was no presence of Native American Indians. There's no presence of them, or not a strong presence of them, if there were some here. So this is what I want you to understand. In 1968, Dr. King had a lot of people who looked like us, organized and fighting for Indian civil rights. Again, somebody's missing from this equation if they're going to tell the story that we were fighting for the rights of them, right? I want us to start connecting the basic dots. Remember, I told you this docuseries is simply about creating the basic dots, scratching your head saying, this don't make sense, right? So once again, we have a set of people telling us we all come from Africa. And all life comes from Africa. And that's fine and dandy, cool. Now I have to ask the question, well, who were those Indians in 1968 that were fighting for Indian civil rights? Who were they and where did they go? There was a man here, because there are no Native American Indians in this area. There are no Indians from India in this area. I mean, unless maybe they run a gas station in today's time or local convenience store, you don't see a presence of them. So who were those Indians that were organized in 1968 fighting for Indian civil rights? Public Indian housing, the Fair Housing Act of 1968, and the Indian Bill of Rights. Let's pull those pictures up from Alabama and let's look at those people organized with Dr. King. Those were people from his community. Those were people in those pictures from his community. This is my family's roots down here, Birmingham, Bessemer, Alabama. This is my family's roots down here. My grandmother is from Alabama. There was a large presence of people who looked like us in this area. 1968, it was nicknamed the Indian Civil Rights Act at the signing after Dr. King passed away. Somebody is missing from that equation. Somebody was missing at that signing. A group of Indians were missing. There were no Native Americans at that signing in 1968. There were no Native American Indians at that signing in 1968. There were no Indians from India at that signing in 1968 after Dr. King was assassinated. But guess who was there? There were some people who looked like us, look like me, look like your grandmother, your uncles, your aunts, your family members, your bloodline, who at some point in their life, an elder told you they had Indian in them or they were Indian. Is it starting to make sense? What benefit would I have as an African fighting for Indians? What do I benefit as an African? And I got my own property in Montgomery, Alabama. Do I benefit fighting for Indians who's not even in my community on a reservation somewhere? I'll once again explain how that worked. Dr. King said in one of his famous speeches, no one is free until we're all free. The world was watching the civil rights movement. The world was watching the civil rights movement that was going on here in Montgomery and also Birmingham, Alabama. The world was watching what was going on. People were inspired by what we did in the civil rights movement. Dr. King said, no one is free until we're all free. So with that being said, we had a specific fight here in Montgomery. We had to fight in Birmingham. We had a specific fight in Memphis, in Georgia, in Virginia, in New York, in the Midwest. We had a specific fight over here in the Southeast, up the East Coast, right? But our fight benefited other groups of people around the world. Again, after Dr. King was assassinated and the riots jumped off in over 100 cities in America, there were no Indians from India in those riots, rioting with people that look like us. There were no Native American Indians rioting. There were no Native American Indians rioting. What did those Indians look like that was tearing up 100 cities across America due to the death of Dr. King? Look at those pictures. Pull up the riot pictures. Pull up the riot videos. Once again, someone is missing from this equation. If we allow people to continue to tell our story, they'll continue to tell you this wasn't about you. You came from across the water, someplace called Africa, and we wiped away your whole history. They'll continue to tell you you're not the real Indians of America who were reclassified to color, to Negro, to blacks, to African Americans, to niggers. But they are the real Indians. This is what people would tell you when they're inserting themselves into your story. Now, in this area, there's no presence of Native American Indians. There's no presence of Indians from India in this area. There's no presence of them in Atlanta, Memphis, Florida. There's no presence of people. So why is it when they tell the story of American Indian, for some reason, these people incorporate themselves into our story as if it's about them, as if the story's about them, because they call themselves the real Indians of America. And they say we're stealing their culture. Now, I'll tell you this. Those Native American Indians, they have a story on this land. It's just not our story. It's just not our story. The same way our story isn't their story. I want to show you something. Check this out. This is their story. And I want you to tell me if you have any family members who ever told you about them trying to take over an abandoned prison in San Francisco, or the longest walk from San Francisco to Washington, D.C. Does this sound like anything your family member, your bloodline ever told you about?
Many of us know about the Civil Rights Movement, which is when Black Americans heroically fought for social justice and equality during the 1950s and 1960s. Unfortunately, the American Indian Civil Rights Movement is often overlooked. So what is it exactly? The American Indian Civil Rights Movement, or the American Indian Movement, AIM, as it's sometimes called, was established in Minneapolis, Minnesota in 1968 by a group of activists, namely Dennis Banks, Clyde Belcourt, Eddie Benton Benai, and George Mitchell. It originally aimed to improve conditions for Native Americans who had been urbanized and were living in ghettos after government programs forced them out of their reservations. However, AIM eventually encompassed everything that American Indians were demanding. More specifically, it fought for economic independence, the revitalization of their traditional culture, the protection of their legal rights, autonomy over tribal areas, and the restoration of lands that they had owned but were illegally seized from them. The founding of AIM came nearly a decade after the Indian Relocation Act of 1956 was passed. Referred to as Public Law 959 and the Adult Vocational Training Program, this legislation encouraged Native Americans to leave their reservations and traditional lands in order to assimilate into urban areas. Thousands of Native Americans did end up migrating to cities and other such urban areas. However, they experienced low-wage labor, substandard housing, discrimination, and violence. The initial activities of AIM were meant to help the Native Americans suffering in urban areas in Minneapolis. For example, they established the AIM Patrol to provide help and support to victims of police abuse. The organization also founded the Indian Health Board, which focused on providing Native-centric healthcare. As the years passed, AIM widened its focus to Native Americans outside of Minneapolis. For instance, it participated in the occupation of Alcatraz Island, which took place November 20th, 1969 to June 11th, 1971. This months-long protest saw 89 Native Americans and their supporters living on Alcatraz Island in the San Francisco Bay. They tagged buildings with slogans like Red Power and Custer Had It Coming, in reference to George Armstrong Custer, the military commander known for his post-Civil War exploits against Native Americans. He's particularly famous for the 1876 Battle of the Little Bighorn, which has since come to be known as Custer's Last Stand. The Native Americans who participated in the occupation claimed that Alcatraz Island belonged to their people by right of discovery. However, the Nixon administration maintained that transferring the land to them was impossible. In the months that followed, the Native American population on Alcatraz Island swelled to more than 600. They even managed to form a governing council, a clinic, and a security force dubbed the Bureau of Caucasian Affairs, among other things. Unfortunately, their movement was quashed when they were forcibly removed by armed federal marshals. AIM participated in many other movements besides the occupation of Alcatraz Island. One of their most famous actions was the Longest Walk, which took place in July 1978 and saw a few hundred people trekking from Alcatraz Island in San Francisco, California. By the time they arrived in Washington, D.C., the marchers had swelled to more than 30,000. The Longest Walk hoped to raise awareness for the problems plaguing Native American communities across the United States, such as the lack of job opportunities and inadequate housing. Perhaps its biggest achievement, though, was the signing of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, which lifted the ban on Native American spiritual ceremonies. Had been outlawed since 1884. Unfortunately, AIM's national leadership disbanded later that year due to infighting, jealousy, and the FBI's alleged efforts to divide them. Fortunately, several local chapters remained active afterward.
I don't resonate with that story. Why? Because that's not my people's story. That's the Native American Indians' story. This is why you don't see the American Indians in their pictures, in their videos of their story. Same reason why you don't see them here in Montgomery, Alabama, or at the signing for the Indian Civil Rights Movement. There were two separate fights going on between two different groups of Indians. You have to know the difference when they're referenced. That's what this docuseries is for. Remember, I said I'm gonna walk you very slow. When people mention Indians, they don't look at people like us because we've been taught that the Indian don't look like us. We've been taught that the Indians look like the Native American Indians, the Indians on the reservations, the Indians with the teepees. We don't come from teepees. I don't know how many of you have ever lived in teepees. I've never seen a teepee in these type neighborhoods where I come from. So I want y'all to start putting the basic dots together. This is what we're doing with this docuseries. Let's find out how many Native Americans you can find in the Montgomery boycott struggle down here. Pull up a video and show me a bunch of Native Americans who was fighting with Rosa Parks and Dr. King. Because those people who were fighting with Rosa Parks and Dr. King and here in Montgomery are the same people who was fighting for Indian civil rights in 1968 also.
Choctaw, and then I'm Choctaw on both sides. I'm a Choctaw on my father's side and my mother's side. So zero African, zero, no African at all, none. And most people, this is the case with most people. There is no African in most of us. You know, we believe for so long that we got this skin tone because of whatever. What would you call it? Just, you know, our Caucasian grandfathers making us lighter, and then we come down, and then we're still black, but we're just a lighter version or whatever. And it's like, nah. My great-great-grandparents was the same shade that I am. But, you know, they were wearing feather earrings and they were wearing ponchos and all of that stuff. And they look like me. They got a nose like this. They got hair. I can't grow a beard. You know what I'm saying? I don't have one on my mom's side. I don't have one male relative that can grow a beard. Some of us can grow this right here. That's the most, and a little bit up here, and that's it. All of that is like baby skin, like with no beards at all, none. That is a trait from our tribe. I met other people from our tribe. They can't even grow this right here. It's hard to believe that they had those little ass boats trout. Bro, let me tell you something about those boats. Number one, they can't show you a boat, right? They can show you dinosaur bones. They're supposed to be from 8 billion years ago, which that's a fucking sham, but we're not even gonna get into that. But they can show you dinosaur bones, but they can't show you no slave ships. Yeah, it's some bullshit. And I've done extensive research over the last couple years on the slave ships. And I ain't gonna get into all the details of what I found. I'm just gonna tell you this. The slave trade is a fucking farce, and is a fucking lie. Period. End of fucking discussion. All you gotta do is use your fucking critical thinking. Right? And because see, nobody asks the questions. Nobody asks. When they hear these things, they just accept them. They don't ask questions. They don't ask, okay, how long does it take for me to get in a wooden boat and sail over from the East Coast to West Africa? How long is that trip, round trip? Nobody asked that question. You want to know the answer to that? 4 months. 4 months, right? So, then, of course, the other questions start to come into play, right? Okay, how much food and water do I have to pack for X amount of people for 4 months coming over here to, you know what I'm saying? You ask that question right there, right? And how do you fit all of that on the boat with the people? You know, now you start to see a picture that doesn't make sense. Because then you say, okay, now, if you stack those people all on top of each other, the way that they tell you that they stack people up, right? Where do they piss and shit at? Because eventually it's going to become toxic and people going to start getting sick and dying, right? So now your whole picture, this whole narrative starts to fall apart. And then the place where it really falls apart is the place where people don't even think, right? They don't even think, what does the water look like, right? Because, and I think somebody said it up top. Those waves are so crazy. Just go do a search and look at what the North Atlantic waves look like. Nobody can sail that. Trust me. And you're telling me that they brought 30 million people back and forth over that? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, it just, all the logic just fails. And it's just like, okay, all right, I'm a white English settler and I want to enslave some people because I'm lazy and I don't want to do any work. So to do this, I'm going to chop down a bunch of trees and build some boats. That's work. I'm going to sail over, make this 4-month round trip, kidnap and beat some people and kidnap. That's some more work, and bring them over for several hundred years back and forth. That's work. Where's the logic in that? Now, if I'm one of these white people that want to enslave somebody to do some work for me, I'm like, well, we got these natives here. They're nice and strong, and yeah, and we could give them some alcohol and manipulate them, and yeah, makes way more sense, doesn't it? Makes way more sense. But man, you try to sell some of these so-called Negroes that they're not from Africa, they want to fight you. It's ridiculous. And it's just like a little bit of critical thinking, just a little bit of critical thinking. It's insane.
This is a reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we're coming to get our check.
Like he said, just a little bit of critical thinking. I literally heard a nigga, and y'all know this nigga, Lex Vortex, say, that's why we in the predicament that we in, because niggas want to say common sense. Nigga, before there was a book, there was common sense. Common sense meant since we existed. So you telling me if I think for myself, then I'm thinking wrong. They have convinced us reason why we're dark-skinned people is because we was born or our people came from down by the equator. It's the dumbest shit a motherfucker ever brought out his motherfucking ass because he pulled that out his ass. They got us really thinking, but yet niggas are still coming out of their mama way up here in America, dark skin. As long as they say, the women, they say you've been away for like 400, they always say the 400-year mark, right? So your mama been in America, her ancestor for 400 years. Well, this is speaking hypothetically. We know we've been here since the beginning of time. Just speaking hypothetically, 400 years, nigga, and you ain't been near the equator, but yet we still giving birth to a heavy, melanated, dark chocolate people. Make it make sense, y'all. It's the stupidity for me. And niggas are so dumb that they'll push that shit on everybody because don't nobody want to look within themselves. Everybody's looking outside themselves. Every time somebody see on the news, I go, propaganda. Just a little research. Just a little research. You don't have to research nothing we're saying. Research your bloodline. That's all you have. You need to know where you fit into this American story. Where did your bloodline fit into the American story? The Africans, they don't fit into this story. And they ought to be mad, but they ain't mad because all these niggas is getting paid some way by believing and pushing the agenda for the motherfuckers that's sitting over here that ain't going to Africa, but they telling you that you from Africa. The Africans ought to be mad because for a motherfucker to tell them that they were so goddamn weak and they were just some bitches getting drugged off the coast of Africa. They ought to be good and motherfucking mad. They ought to be real mad, but then you call yourself a warrior, but bitch, you running from your land. Like my sister Frida say, y'all motherfuckers ought to run away slaves because ain't none of you niggas staying home. All y'all running to our motherfucking land mass. They have the nerve to call us runaway slaves. Nigga, we ain't never left. We've been fighting for our land ever since we've been invaded, bitch. We have never left. But yet, let some old nigga with a motherfucking mic convince you that they drug young people by way of a fucking slave shit, and you niggas rather believe that than do the own research on your own bloodline. Something is very, 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 very wrong. Very wrong. Because you're allowing another motherfucker to speak on your bloodline, don't even know you. You let another nigga tell you about your bloodline. He don't even know about his own bloodline. So how the fuck he gonna speak on your bloodline? Tyrone. Nobody's over here talking about Yahweh. None of that. I'm just gonna tell you this, sir. It's time for you to just, before I block you, because we ain't looking for no Caucasians over here. We ain't looking for outside ourselves over here, because that's what's got us in the predicament. My savior is my mother and father, because that's who brought me here. That's who brought me here. There's evidence of the earth giving birth to people. She gave birth to everything else. This is crazy. Y'all can't stay away. Don't nobody go over there and tell y'all not Negro lights. You don't even know that you is the light. Y'all niggas somewhere still looking outside yourself for a light. Because you don't know that your light has been dim for so long that you don't even know that you own the light. You don't even know it. Like I said, most of the time, ain't nobody standing in our way but niggas. Niggas that look like us, because it's always some nigga. Soon he see your light flare up, he's somewhere over your shoulder blowing it out. Like he blowing out goddamn candles on the goddamn fucking cake. Trying to put your light out. Okay, you're a Choctaw warrior. Okay. Everybody don't have a religion over here, and everybody don't deal in beliefs. The sun is coming. He's already in the sky, sir. He raises up every morning, sir. Matter of fact, there's a couple of them up there now. And these niggas out here whining and crying. Whining and crying about it being hot every day. Talking about they using the high degree of fucking sunscreen and they still burning. So when they said that the sun will return, it did. It's getting hotter and hotter out there, motherfucker. Hold on. What did he say? Oh, there you go, Charles Johnson. All right. None of them. If a nigga keep waiting on another nigga to come and save their ass, I find something real wrong and suspicious about this. Because if that's the case, we would never had to be fighting in under wars. They would have stopped the shit before it motherfucking took place. As they say, he sets up high and looks low. He know what you're going to do before you do it. Ain't that what they always out here telling us? So you telling me he know what we going to do before we do it, so they got people down here killing us, grabbing our children, putting them in sex rings, doing all kind of fuck shit. He ain't got that kind of power to stop that shit. He's supposed to be almighty and all-knowing, but he can't stop the shit that's going on the goddamn planet. Please make this make motherfucking sense to me. Because I'm gonna need y'all to put that Bible down and unmotherfucking plug. We know this is the land of America, honey. We should know. We built this motherfucker. We should know. Y'all still waiting for somebody, Halita Fatima, to come back and save you. While niggas standing on the block hunting their cars and shit, these motherfuckers at nighttime while you got them to holler at a car, a nigga walking by, or some old pasty motherfucker walking and minding his business, you niggas are out there hollering at cars, and at that night when you tired and home and sleep, they at the bottom of the motherfucking White House or over in Europe making plans for your demise. It's funny how y'all can get up an army for the Lord. Everybody gets up an army. We're marching up to Zion, that beautiful city of God. I remember that shit. Do y'all remember that in church? Had us singing that, talking about, I'm in the army of the Lord. Ain't it funny how you can get up an army and to go and stand and beat a motherfucking Bible into a motherfucker, but can't get a motherfucking army together, goddamn it, to protect the people? This is bullshit. That is straight bullshit. How the fuck you get a bunch of niggas in goddamn skirts and shit like they Romans to go and holler about God? But yet they are slaughtering us, taking us off our land. I mean, they have done everything they could. And we still been waiting for the great white hope. This ain't making sense to me. Somebody need to call somebody on Tyrone, because Tyrone, this will not be the place for you. You or your Jesus won't be safe over here, sir. He will not be safe over here. He better hope that cloud don't come up on his ass when we catch his ass. No, sir. It won't be going down over here, Tyrone. I'm gonna think I need for you to go and finish going out there, standing on the corner, hollering at the cars and hollering at the people that the great white hope. Because if you believe in that book that y'all pushing, then you know, because it doesn't matter what color you paint him, he ain't coming back to save your motherfucking ass. And keep trying to tell y'all, nobody give a fuck about you niggas' beliefs. When we got babies being snatched off the motherfucking street, just walking to the goddamn store, just getting off the bus, just trying to make it home through their front door, they get snatched. While you niggas are standing on the corner yelling at some motherfucking body. Nobody's protecting the fork anymore. You motherfucking Moors over there that always want to talk about Empress. I thought y'all was the ones that protect the forks, nigga. But yet you were fucking those motherfuckers with the fur on their ass. You Moorish motherfuckers, since you want to make a video all night of me with 7 to 10 people in your chat. You can't even get 20 people in that bitch. You make videos of Empress every fucking day, hoping somebody just stroll through and hit like. Y'all get off if a motherfucker hit a like. That's what y'all do. Yes, let's do a video on Empress. Let's do it. Video, because we don't own land over here. They're lying. We ain't never owned land. We ain't never owned land. But it's okay for the Caucasian to come here and tell us enemy domain. That's my part, Johnny. You got motherfuckers over here taking our shit on enemy domain. You don't even have that type of energy for them. But you got that energy for Empress. Y'all got that energy. Y'all got that energy. On top of all, she cussed. She has a 50 mouth. I sure do. I know which one of you motherfuckers gonna stop it. Over here with your fake ass fucking bullshit, your beliefs. You know, we all can believe in a lot of things, don't make it true. Hell, at one point in time when we was children, we believed that Santa Claus brought us a whole motherfucking load of toys up on our fucking tree. It was the shit was so real, y'all. We would have toys up on the tree wrapped nice and pretty by our mamas, our daddies, and we still thinking that a nigga was coming with a motherfucking bag thrown over his back to bring us some toys when they was already sitting up under the goddamn tree way before the fucking 25th. Y'all see how deep the motherfucking matrix is? They got niggas believing in bullshit. What's the difference between Jesus, motherfucking Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny? What's the difference between any of them? Every last one of them, those motherfuckers, you're gonna lose some goddamn money on. What's the difference? There's no difference. Ain't no difference between them and the Tooth Fairy. They gave us so many fairy tales now that the truth is out. Niggas are running from the truth. I'm gonna get ready to block him because he want to keep bringing Yahweh over here. Nobody give a fuck about your Yahweh. Go within yourself, my brother. And hopefully, you know, I won't see you on the corners in your dress and your Jesus sandals on, yelling at a car, talking about, you know, we living in the last days. You know, I remember my grandmama used to say we were living in the last days. I'm 52 years old now. And my grandmama then was saying that back in the 70s. And yet he ain't showed up on this cloud. He ain't came to save no motherfucking body. He ain't done a motherfucking thing. This nigga got several goddamn pages, don't it, to come and push Jesus, don't it? He said Choctaw people originated from Niue. Dude, okay. And what that supposed to mean? We're supposed to sit around and get our ass whooped? I'm confused. You ain't here telling us who we are. We know who we are, but all of us are not of the same bloodline. Nancy, if you really want to be technical about it, hey sis, hey Empress, if you really want to be technical about it, my ancestor wrote the King James. You know King James. He's the one behind the goddamn Bible. No, ma'am. We're here to right the wrongs of our ancestors. We're not here to keep carrying on with the fuckery and the foolishness, because that's what's got us in the predicament that we're in today, the fuckery and the foolishness. Everybody wants to believe outside themselves, and while you believing outside yourself, motherfuckers is over here fucking you up. Motherfuckers literally over here fucking you up while you believing outside yourself. Halito Creaside Yellow. Halito I am Sheba Lolo. I gotta say it one tap on my sister Namaste. Won't he do it? That's all they've been having us saying the whole time we've been setting up in church every Sunday, where your life is in shambles and you over on the damn pulpit sitting right in front of the damn pastor holler. Won't he do it? Won't he do what? I'm still asking, what the fuck have he done? Because he ain't saved none of us. Have anybody that came back and told you about the streets paved in gold? Have any of these motherfuckers left here and came back and talked like he's sitting on his throne? He's up there sitting high and looking low. So what the fuck is we waiting on? He living good. You niggas ain't living good. Make this make sense. Oh, my bad. Y'all believe in that verse? I leave here and go to prepare a place for you. So you will have eternal life. You can't make this up. Sound good? Don't it sound good out? It sounds real good to us, don't it? Yes, when I leave here, I will be sitting there beside the King of Kings. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Do you know what hallelujah means? Hallelujah means, may hell rain down on me. You see the curse that they have put you under? May hell rain down on me. Yeah, that part. And what did we see all the time, the whole time we were sitting in church? Hallelujah! Every last one of our grandmamas, hallelujah! Throwing their hand up in the air. May hell rain down on me. And they got us caught up, y'all, in so much bullshit. Only thing you need to worry about is your bloodline. You're going to have to let all fairy tales go. Have y'all noticed that the so-called Caucasians, they over there bearing arms? They don't give a fuck about no goddamn Jesus. Matter of fact, let me tell you how much they don't give a fuck about Jesus. They burn crosses. That's how much they don't give a fuck about the Jesus. They burn crosses, nigga. Well, ain't that something? They ain't waiting on no motherfucker talking about he's coming back. They ain't doing that stupid shit. And the first thing they tell you in a slave narrative, The first Bible the first thing you ever read was a Bible. You can't make this up. You wasn't allowed to read and write until they came through and taught you how to read the Bible. But according to them, you couldn't even get in heaven, nigga. That was according to them. That was according to them. The niggas couldn't get in heaven. But oh, how they sitting around now, the damn sun is back. Motherfuckers is crying out here. Talk how hot it is. The sun is back. He's back. Yep, he's back. They talking about we can't get in heaven. And all these niggas wish they can get there. Sun so goddamn hot out there, bitch. They out here crying, making videos. Talking about I just keep on putting on the highest degree of sunscreen and I don't get it. I'm hurting my skin. I can't touch it. It's burning. Look at how it's peeling. I thought the sun loved you bitches, according to the bullshit you came here and pushed. Yes, and I mean, everything is attacking everybody. I watched a video where a man was taking pictures of an alligator that was in like a pond in Florida. You know, they everywhere in Florida. I don't even see how niggas, if it ain't a goddamn fucking swimming pool, I don't see how niggas in Florida get into any water, any motherfucking water, unless it's a pool. The motherfucker was taking a picture, y'all. That motherfucker came up out that water, started chasing his ass. I said, oh, hell no. I mean, Mother Nature, she's mad right now. Yes, may hell rain down on the nigga. I mean, she's retaliating in more than one way. Yes, so in full fucking force. I mean, she's so mad. She said, I'm gonna give them what they was looking for when they came. Because see, when they came here, they seen us sitting amongst the alligators, where they seen our images of back in the day, us sitting on top of alligators and shit. See, those are historical images that they show you. They making like to y'all, this was back in the 1400s when they got here. This is what they was doing now. This was way, I mean, we've been here for billions of years, y'all. We've been here for billions of years. So all they did was when they raided and had to put themselves in the narrative, then they showing you images like we were still living like that when they got here in 1492. No, the fuck we wasn't. Those are historical images of us. They always tell you that we was invaded. They sure, yeah, we was invaded by them. This earth was invaded. Whatever came over that wall, that ice wall, they don't want you to see, which will be considered outer space. Which will be considered outer space means more land that they don't want your motherfucking ass to see. Yeah. Niggas keep talking about going out of here. Ain't nobody going up out this bitch. That wall is there for a reason. They don't want you to see what the fuck is over that goddamn wall. We built walls all the way around America to keep them motherfuckers up out of this motherfucking realm over here. Wasn't no coincidence we built these goddamn walls. Yeah, they do, sister. So they trying to be natural beings and they can't. That is why they're killing us like they're killing us. They need our insides. They need our melanin to survive this motherfucking heat wave. They need everything that we got. But they tell you we all the same. We ain't all the same, y'all. It's been the problem this whole time. Niggas think we are all the same, and we're not. Niggas like bestiality too. I noticed that. Niggas like bestiality. You got bitches still running around here with tails coming out their ass. And motherfucker, you just heard a nigga say he done been with several of them that had tails already removed. Like I said, it's an agenda to take us away from our land. Why would you come up with something called a DNA when you got actual and factual documents of who we are? Facts, Chief Jadiga. Why would you need a DNA when there's paperwork? And what I heard was, and once they do a DNA and you come back and say, well, I got all my paper, those are not my people. They disconnect from you because they don't want to hear that shit. They don't want you to tell them that we know that you commit fraud, nigga. Yes, they do, Sister Soul. The niggas don't get it. They need our blood to survive. Oh, it's a plenty of them, honey gold. It's a plenty of them out here with tails. 85% of them are born with tails and they're cut off at birth. Just because they done cut them off, they don't cut off the blood of what they came from. I don't give a damn what they talking about. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna open up the line for about 20 to 30 minutes. Then we're gonna get on out of here. Cause I got my client. Ain't nothing else to do today. I'm gonna go see my mama. Go see my mother. Open up, like I said, I'm gonna open up the line for about 30 minutes. I get about 30 minutes because that way about 2:10 somewhere in there, and then we'll get on out of here. I just came, like I said, to do a bill, and to address the fuckery because I don't give a fuck. Y'all can keep making videos of Empress, but one thing you can't take from Empress is for her people, and she's all about helping her people. So continue to make all the motherfucking videos that you like. That's your video. But don't get mad when they say, oh, she's making accusations that this is not us. She's lying. Now, y'all know, I know it's them. They talk about themselves in third party, which is so crazy, y'all. This is to let you know there's a lot of unstable people on YouTube. I swear to God, they must have closed down all the psych facilities because everybody has a fucking laptop or a fucking smartphone and they're not locked up in a crazy house. It's too many of them. That's on loose around here. We got too many imbeciles running around here on the YouTube streets, mad because Empress want to see her people win. You have nothing to defame me by. Oh, because Empress cussing, I'm going to continue to cuss. Bitch, I cuss when I want to cuss. So if I feel like cussing, bitch, I'm going to cuss. Who the fuck are y'all? Y'all believe in some other calling another nigga noble. Bitch, get the fuck on out of here. And y'all worried about Empress? Nigga. I mean, this shit got to end somewhere with you motherfuckers in your fairy tales. You literally calling the next nigga honorable. Quit hanging on to the next nigga nuts. It don't look good. It don't look good at all. Hanging on another nigga nuts ain't a good look for you, especially when you's a man. So you just keep on making, I mean, y'all, I went to my thing, y'all. They made so many posts and so many videos just tagging me. They ain't had nothing to do. And then when I got a message to go over there and check it out, y'all, it was 7 people sitting in their chat. They was happy than a motherfucking sissy with 10 dicks. Just somebody come through and listen to me. Please, somebody come over here and listen to us. cuss a little louder, Mother J. That's what they want. They wanted somebody, please come over here and vouch for us. Please. Because that bitch Empress, I can't stand that bitch. I can see them now, y'all, running through the house, beating their head against them. I can't stand. Oh, I hate that bitch. She gonna go live again tomorrow. We got to stop her. They like a motherfucker in a superhero cartoon. Stop her. Bitch, get out of here.
Ooh, girl, you was a damn fool. Hey, Sister Soul.
Hey, my sisters.
How y'all doing?
I'm good.
Ooh, you over here wearing their ass out, boy, I swear.
Yes, they need it.
They are so, I mean, y'all, I swear to God, they tagged me. I mean, and y'all, I know it was about 6 or 7 times yesterday. I said, look at this. This is kind of, I don't know. To y'all, to me, it's like it's a sickening at this point. That you so busy on trying to get even with me that you really making yourself look obsessed with Empress at this point. It's obsession with you at this point.
And they tag me. As long as I've been over here with you, they've been doing it even more, not more recent.
Mm-hmm.
They tagged me this morning. I see the first thing I see when I pop up on YouTube is a mention. I'm like, who is this? So of course the Goofies.
Mm-hmm.
They want to call somebody the Goofy, but they the Goofy.
Yeah.
And just like you said, sis, I swear when I'm coming in, the third person shit gives me. Do you know that's what I literally went in? The dude tagged me in something. Talking, yeah, it's such and PMF did this and da 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 da. Go to his channel. Blah blah blah. I went in the chat. I was like, I said, why are you talking to yourself in the third freaking person? What is wrong with you?
Exactly.
Then be talking about something. Why do you have one eye? I said the same reason I can see better with my one fucking eye than your dumb ass, you weirdo.
That part. That part.
Like literally.
That's some dirty shit.
They so
it is.
They children, like literally mentally, like
yes.
they literally are mentally just decapitated. It's sad.
Yeah. They give every day worrying about. The only thing I worry about is us getting back our just due, what's rightfully ours. They are so mad at me saying we're American Indian and they're Muslim. They're the real Indians. They are Muslim Moors. Get the fuck out of here with that dumb ass shit.
Hey y'all.
Hey,
I'm listening. No, what gets me is these motherfuckers talking about they Asiatic. If you don't get your Asiatic bitch ass on, they are obsessed. And then they come after me saying that I said the more sold out. They on there talking about their own people.
Yep. What's so crazy? I mean, then, I never tried to even go in there with that history because I don't give a fuck about your history. But you're worrying about me and who I say I am. Because, see, I have proof of who I say I am. I have documents of my fucking family. They keep bringing up, I notice what they keep doing. They keep talking about King James. Well, bitch, what about the other million motherfucking relatives that are American and Indian? And matter of fact, King James is American Indian. You fucking clown.
I mean, what is y'all end game? Y'all wasting energy. Y'all literally getting up there. Nobody's watching y'all. Nobody's even responding to y'all or caring what y'all talking about. So where's your energy going? Like you said, I believe that these mental hospitals are closed and the outpatient department is full every day. So they have no way to get their Zoloft. And Jesus just ain't working no more. Jesus ran out of the blood.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's a lot of banshees running around.
And they just got to have the last word, y'all. They so crazy. Like the other day, after I got off of Money Bay's live, that crazy bitch, Skittles, she got the right name. Skittles. Just think about that, y'all. That is the perfect name for somebody that brain is scattered. She said she had to make another page just so she could leave me a message.
And when the ancestors finish with y'all ass, y'all gonna wish y'all was a pack of Skittles around this bitch.
That part. I said, why did you do this? He literally said, I had to make another page. Girl, something is wrong with you.
Every day they wake up with Empress on their mind. Something is literally wrong with them. I told you they are sons.
Yes,
They need that titty in the mouth.
Yes.
That's what they need.
It's that dirty titty they grew up with. It wasn't giving the nutrient. Yeah, the titty was clogged up because the mama wasn't keeping it clean. You know, when you breastfeed, you're supposed to clean the nipple in order for your baby to get, healthy nutrients out of your breast. She was just throwing. She wasn't cleaning her ass, and she was just throwing titties in there. Yeah, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Hit them on the ass. That's enough. Now go and do what you're gonna do for the day. Oh my God. I had a mother. I didn't have a mammy. I had a mother. I had a father. I didn't have a pappy. It's a difference. And now look with me, child. Look, they didn't went and pulled up my daddy's last name and put it in the last text talking about Burns Hobart. Good. I'm glad y'all know who I am. Bitches.
They more concerned about you slandering their honorable noble Drew Ali, whatever the fuck his name is, than the public saying he was at a fucking circus. He's a clown.
Yes.
Yeah. What are y'all getting out of messing with Empress every day? What are y'all getting? Nothing. Y'all, and then y'all talk to yourself as if y'all have clones sitting on side of you.
It's dual personality. That's what it is. And people have dual personality.
Yeah, dual personality.
The second sense.
Y'all hear the shit when you play the video. The girl, which we know is Kiara, she sits there and talks to herself. And yes, and Empress said this about Kiara and the Morris Prince. I said, oh my God, you can't make this. I mean, this is insanity at this point.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm kind of concerned. I mean, if you go put some paperwork, if you're gonna pursue this, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm pursuing it.
Like, how are you're gonna get some relief from adolescence?
That's true.
They seem like they want to go to court. Take me to court, lock me up, throw away the key. They want to go. They really want to go. That's their way of getting attention.
Yeah. They're definitely attention seekers. I see that now. They're definitely attention seekers. And they're mad because I won't really give them the attention that they want. Because Empress is still building over here with her relatives. Because see, reason why I don't relate to them, because we're not on the same frequency. I call y'all relatives because we relate. We know what took place. We know who our bloodline is. That is what you call a relative. People that relates on the same frequency. You're not my relative, so I know I won't. I don't deal where I take care of the mentally ill. I don't socialize. I take care
That's
of
a message, sis. Everybody should just take heed to what you just said. You cannot operate people on a different level frequency. You can't. That's some real shit right there.
I keep telling you to stop. You can do what you want to do because you're a grown woman, but you gotta listen. You gotta let them wipe their own ass with their own shit and hang their own self. Because when you get to talking about death on a person, it's some people, it's a council in another realm that's gonna whoop your ass from all the way to the end of the world to the beginning. So the ancestors hear everything that y'all doing, what y'all trying to do, or what y'all trying to stop, and y'all not getting a reciprocation. The energy is not being returned. Yeah, should come on here and say a few words and cuss y'all ass out, but we're not about to give y'all no kind of energy that y'all asking for, because y'all not even putting out no information that's tangible that we can take and eat it for dessert or a snack. Take y'all raggedy, retarded, medication needing ass to go get baptized and find Jesus. And don't try us. Try Jesus, not us. Okay? We sick of y'all. We sick of y'all. I hope the ancestor put so much fire to y'all ass. Y'all see the pitchfork every fucking night before y'all go live.
That part. At this point, I say I don't even care no more because they gonna do what they gonna do, and the Empress gonna do what she gonna do. I'm gonna keep on pushing forward because guess what, y'all? We at war, whether we know it or not, whether we choose to believe it or not. We are at war. So them right there, them are peasants. They ain't talking about shit. They don't realize who up against. They so busy trying to attack Empress, they ain't even thinking about the corporation, the one that's really whipping their ass. They just thinking about Empress. We got bigger fish to fry, so they can keep on doing what they do. And Empress gonna keep on moving and building with her people. Because guess what? We need each other. It's us against the world, what they fail to realize. Why they playing, but they ain't out us no way because they say they're Asiatics. So they don't include them no way. So that whole part. So my thing is I enjoy each and every one of y'all, and I appreciate each and every one of y'all when y'all come into my chat because this is what it's about. I like to meet offline. Y'all feel me? This is what it's about. Is us. We try to get to know each other online, but I like to meet offline. I have met with some amazing people offline because that's where you're gonna start your building it. It's okay for us to get on here and dialogue and bring information because we're the ones that research the information so we can bring it to you. So that's what we do. And then we give our commentary, like Sister So, she teaches. I'm not a teacher, but I can give my commentary on the fuck shit that they put out. Because I do know some because I have read and I have, did my own research. I like to give commentary. I don't teach. I may go and pull up an article and read so y'all will get the gist of what I just read so you can see it for yourself right in your face. So you won't say Empress is lying to you. It'd be information that's already there. This is what we do. It's called building, but when are we going to build a foundation outside of YouTube? We could leave all these people right here that's doing all this fuckery and playing around with people. We could leave them right here on YouTube and start building and farming because that's what we need to be doing.
Absolutely. I agree. Fuck YouTube.
Yeah. It ain't even worth the energy with these niggas. These niggas don't want nothing. Motherfuckers out here trying to kill us, stealing our children. Every time you turn around, one of our children are missing, or just one of our adults. It just not just children. One of us is missing, period. While they're online playing. Bitch, we at war. What the fuck wrong with y'all? You got anything to say, Sister Soul?
I'm sorry, since my son was talking to me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to hear what you said. He came up was asking me something. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. But definitely, I love finding stuff and bringing to me and Sister Soul. We already said we're going to finish up with stuff. I don't know if any of y'all, I've been meaning to get to that damn Wild West with that damn bill and those motherfucking $5 motherfuckers. That is what we got to do a build on that. Because that's when you really start seeing these people. You didn't see these people at first. Yeah, that's when they start coming out. Because that was the plan, y'all, was to bring them here and usher them in. They ushered them in when during the Great Migration with the Mexicans. The Mexicans want to keep saying that they're Native Americans. You're not even Mexican. The people that's calling themselves Mexicans are not even the original Mexicans. I had a motherfucker to tell me, y'all, today that yesterday on my motherfucking video I dropped yesterday, he gonna holler. He said the real American Indians don't have nappy hair. Y'all hair look like the hair on your stuff. I reported him. Don't y'all know they said that wasn't a violation? This is how I know. They're all in cahoots together, y'all, with The Native Americans and the motherfucking Oriental that run that fucking TikTok, they are the same motherfucking people. And ain't nobody be no different. They're the same fucking people, y'all. That's why they sit there and every time you say something, they go in and file and give you a file talking about you in jail TikTok for 7 days and shit. They gotta be the same person because the shit I was reporting that they left on my motherfucking video, they sent it back and said it wasn't a violation, y'all. That's why I fuck.
Yeah, that's the yellow man coming in, the blending. They go to race blending, bringing them in, same people. Yep.
You know what, Sister Soul? Before I went there, y'all, I know Chief you told me to come over there, but y'all remember me saying I don't feel right. It's something about that over there I don't like. I should have kept it that way because that was just the ancestors, y'all, telling me don't go over there because it's like literally going sitting in motherfucking in hell with some motherfucking demons, y'all. I don't know about y'all. It's like an eerie feeling when I go.
Girl, it's something crazy over there. Let me tell you. And some of the brothers and sisters over there, I'm skeptical about their asses as well. It's some bullshit going on over there.
You know what, y'all? I know that we get into it and we cuss each other out on YouTube, right? You don't see natives sitting in our checks. What I don't understand, if you beefing, the natives are literally sitting there in their checks. Why would you show these people this fucking degenerate shit? These people, I mean, because they could just come in your chat, and they'll come in and talk crazy to you. I mean, this is the shit. I'm like, whoa, this is a whole nother ball field of it. Now I know why the ancestors was telling me that ain't for you.
The work is in the streets. We need to meet up, like you said. We need to continue to meet up. You don't see other royalty people on here talking about their business, what they gonna do. That shit is behind closed doors.
Yeah. Because you know what? They're setting us up, y'all. They want to know what we know. They want to know what inventions we got going on, what we done created. They won't. That's why they set up fucking TikTok. I'm telling you. And then they got the fucking Africans sitting on their platforms, y'all. Do y'all not know when people jump on these Africans and they getting all this money? This is how they making a living. They don't give a fuck about y'all. They literally running games with my people. They're getting those coins to hell so they can have money to goddamn it eating and shit. People don't get being used every fucking where. We show them how we cook. I mean, I ain't never seen fucking Caucasians talk about motherfucking seasoning. Now all of a sudden they talking about seasoning and shit. That's bullshit. It's because they've been watching us. They're literally taking our culture from us, y'all. And you don't get it. You don't get it.
I'm listening.
This is what I have to do with. This ugly bitch went and said I shouldn't even have to make a second channel because the comment shadow banned because the truth is getting exposed. This is the type of shit.
Delusion.
Yes, I mean,
delusion. This shit is sick.
I mean, why would you make a second channel just to come and fuck with somebody? People literally have made stalking. They made stalking cool, y'all.
At this point, seeing how you like throwing your shit out there and being messy and shit, throw your address out there. Why don't you do that?
That part.
So we can really solve the issue. This is bullshit right here.
Yeah.
You need to whoop her ass.
She ain't even worth her ass whooping because I know
she ain't, but she need an ass whooping. That girl need an ass whooping.
She
like
definitely
that.
need one. She definitely needs one. Bitch need to be. Bitch need a hug me jacket. That's what the fuck she needs. Crazy bitch. She need a whole hug me jacket.
Oh, we need to make some of those. Hug me jacket.
Yes, we need to start making hug me jackets and shit. That is exactly what we need to do, y'all. Here it is, y'all. End of July. I know people like, what the fuck is a husband jacket? That's that motherfucking straight jacket. We don't want to call. We gonna call it a. Niggas need a hug around here. Need to hug themselves. If they hug themselves and show themselves more love, they'll quit acting out motherfucking food on the internet. They'll quit goddamn it stalking people on the internet. They need to hug themselves. Real time. Just grab yourself and just I love
And call on Jesus.
They need to hug some medication. That's what they need to hug.
Look,
hug some Benadryl. Hug some Pepto Bismol because they full of shit.
I need to show myself more love. On July the 29th through the 30th, it will be the Tropicula's Green Corn Fest, y'all. So if you in the area, please come out and celebrate with us. Chief Sunnow, Lyrica Nevels, her husband, and the rest of the nation will be there. And they also have sister nations that will be there as well. And it is, and we have the gala the 29th with live DJ and everything. And we will have, and it's, we always love to dress and show our best. The natives ain't doing it like that. Nigga, y'all running around here in feathers and jumping up and down, not on rhythm. Come and watch us do a line dance. Show you how we move. Because, see, we don't do what the natives do. The natives keep saying that we took that culture, but I don't see us. When I go to block parties, house parties, and even concerts, I don't see nothing at the concert that natives are doing. I see one man on a drum, another on a guitar, another on a it's not the piano no more, it's the what they call it, it's like a piano, but it's a small, you can make different tunes. Hold on, y'all. Let me see what this is. Hold on. Hello. Yeah. So please come out and help celebrate Green Corn Fest in New Orleans. As if you're there, even if you're just in Alabama or something, you want to drive over and make a day of it, please come. And this is all about what we're talking about, us getting together. And girl, what is you doing? Us coming together and building. Because even before all that, we do get together, y'all, and we sit down and come up with strategies and stuff that, we talk about our situation. Y'all, we're in dire need right now. I don't know if y'all know it, but we don't like support around this motherfucker.
Yes.
While niggas is goddamn and making videos of motherfuckers, they over here talking about taking us out, taking us off our fucking land. They say this ain't our land, nobody own the land, but yet they ain't telling the Caucasian, the pasty motherfuckers, they can't take the land and this is our land, but they can have that same energy for us. It doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me at all. So this is where you can come together with like-minded people and we can get together and come up with things for our people. Because trust me, we're at war, whether you want to believe it or not. We need to get back to farming. Let them have all this bullshit, this inner city shit. Because, of course, the harder it gets, ain't nobody going to be around this bitch. We need to get back to farming our own foods. We need to get back to our culture, even though we still do our culture. But culture means farming. That's what they're not telling you. Culture means farming. So we need to get back to farming. That was our way of life. When they took that from us, you don't see no Native American farming. You don't see nobody. Even a Caucasian motherfucker can't even farm. He needs you to farm.
Because they don't have the mothers doing it. And our women, there's books that talk about the women were the tillers of the land, not the men. The men did hunting, the women did hunting too, but the women were the tillers of the land because we're probably more, I would think, we're more accustomed to dealing with it, dealing with the soil, being that it's a part of us and our room being ionic, with the atmosphere and the earth and, having the proper judgment and things. I think that's why the women were doing it. But yeah.
Yes,
But
definitely.
you're right.
We'll read
All
it.
these
We'll
rich
read it just
homes
to
out here, you don't see none of these people planting on this shit. They're not planting a damn thing on these lands that they own around here. And that's real talk.
They gonna want to come together and do farming when they start turning into Seymour. Uh, that talking plant. They gonna start turning into Seymour eating these processed foods that Bill Gates over. Cause I seen the meat made for the first time. They took the cells up out of the cows and stuff, put them on a petri dish, and set up there and made sit up there and made ribs, hamburger. Oh, the hamburger meat. They take every kind of animal and throw it into one big bucket and grind it up, pour fresh blood on it, and put it in the grocery store. And you eat that, it's going to the bottom of your stomach, eating you up from the inside out. So our people need to get it together and stop playing around because these people may seem like they up to nothing, but they up to everything. And they trying to turn us into transformers because they can't live off their blood alone. So
That's fact. Yeah, keyboard. When we having concerts, to get back to what I was saying about that, we have keyboards. When you in church, you have the acapella, the what are they? The acapella, the
soprano, alto,
sopranos, and
alto.
yeah, we and then they eventually merge together and it becomes a tune.
Harmony, yeah.
Yeah, harmony. That shit those Native Americans doing over there, that ain't harmony. Fucking up the goddamn fucking rhythm of the earth and shit.
Chanting and shit. That's what they be doing.
Yeah.
They be chanting, casting spells.
Yep. Doing all that hollering shit, holding their goddamn vocal cords. I keep seeing them when they yelling, they got their hand up on it. I'm like, what the fuck you got? Because you ain't doing shit.
they sound like they got a demon stuck in their throat. They sound like they scaring Mother Nature. All that damn hollering. You sent me that video. I said, then why did she have to put that ritual on me? That little boy was
Hey, I mean, just a foolishness, y'all. And they talking about we stealing. When we have dances or get out in the yard with your family members, y'all do line dances, don't you? You ain't doing all this fucking foolishness that these niggas are doing. Nobody doing that shit. I got some videos I want to play, but I'm gonna wait, y'all. Sister, so when you want to do another live so we can go on and get the ones out of the way?
Yes, let's do Thursday, sis.
Okay, we'll do Thursday. Because like I said, I do have some videos off of TikTok. It's called TikTok to me. Because they fucking over everything. I mean,
well, y'all know who gonna be front and center, so don't worry about the fans. We got that. We just gonna leave that popcorn brewing for them for Thursday. Cause they love them some Sister Soul and Empress Cobra, baby.
We got fans, y'all. So so we know they there. We know they here right now. I guarantee, even though they was up all day long, they here right now. And that's a fact. So we definitely gonna come back and do our thing. Y'all, hold on, y'all. Hold on. It's my cousin.
Well, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day and love y'all all. Until the next time. Peace, love, and soul train.
You too, sis.
Peace, babe. Since you say you gonna say the videos, you finna get out of here. I'm about to bounce too.
Yeah, she on the phone call, sis. I don't know
Okay.
if you heard it.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here too. Tell her I'll talk with her later, sis.
I
Peace and
sure
love
will.
to you
Much
guys.
love. Be safe.
Peace and love to the beautiful
Peace.
chat. I love you guys. Y'all already know y'all everything. Peace, love, and bliss. Everybody enjoy your day.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna play a couple songs. Thank y'all. Yeah, you late, Lovelace.
Okay.
I'm gonna get ready to get on out of here. I enjoy each and every one of y'all. I'm gonna play a couple songs and I'm out, y'all. Peace, love, and
All
light.
right.
And y'all
Peace and love, sis.
a masterful rest of the day. Understand that you're not the slaves. This old independent bullshit, you've been having yours. Now it's time for you to
Absolutely.
stand in it. They have to come up with shit for themselves because they wasn't here. All this shit, they wasn't here during all these wars was going on. This is all fake. This is all the fake fucking matrix, y'all. It's all the matrix. Peace, love, and light. And I'm finna go over here and play a couple songs and I'm gone. I'm gonna sit by my mom. Gonna see what she doing, what she done cook.
Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love.
I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Eastwood land, Indian and original, American. My skin color is tan, man. You can say it's brown and just look at my head, one side shaved down. Look at me now, my body marked up, red paint on my face, no clothes on my butt. What? Nah, deer skin cover up, my bow on my side. I let the arrow glide. I'm a hunter, a farmer, a fisherman. Everything that I need, I get from the land. I make my own clothes, my own weapons too. When you see the moccasins, then I'm stepping through. I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Powhatan. I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Eastwood land, Indian and original, American. I'm ruling everything. That's right. Call me the big chief. Yeah. Powhatan. Everybody else is beneath all the villages, each and every tribe. I make the laws, I control if you live or die. The chiefs under me, they collect the tax. Animals scan bees while I just relax. Collecting deer and turkey, put them in the temple. Powhatan government is just that simple. I'm a Powhatan, 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 I'm a Powhatan. I'm a Powhatan, I'm a Eastwood land, Indian. Let me break it down so you understand. Man, I was very young. That's right. When I took my spouse, yeah, she cooked my meals, she built my longhouse. From jewelry to pottery, we got art. True. Even kids do it big. Yeah, we work hard, but we play too. That's right. Games just like you. Like wrestling, foot race. Yeah, we're very musical. We like to sing and dance, party and clap our hands. Celebrating life. I'm like a Powhatan.
The moment you realize it's people that you love that you're gonna have to leave behind. I was told, wow. Look, we at war. Everybody can't go though. Some of us vibing high. Everybody can't go though. Some of y'all might leave family behind. Everybody can't go though. Could've completed, but you get deleted. Some people are defeated, so you feel deleted. And knowledge is medicine, knowing you need it. If everyone go, I'ma know that you treated. You think you conceded, I'm feeling completed. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Look, Everybody can go though, beat it. You was ascending and starting to win. No pretending, actually win. Low vibrations, boxing you in. Who keep letting them toxins in? All my people are toxin us. Everyone on our toxin land. Ancient like cosmology. I am the source, I go within. I can't go unless I go to win. Really a God supposed to win. Anyone that's trying to get with me, just start doing the most you in. Trying to turn up, it goes to 10. Blood type O, you almost in. Minarchin, we all go in. G, I'm a rule, we all go in. Bring me the water, but can't make you drink. No, I'm not here to just make you think. If anything, I'm here to just make you fight. It's all just make it right. Everybody ain't with it. Let me tell you, I don't like reading. Freedom ain't free, you broke, I get it. Let me tell you, you don't like breathing. Can't even wake you up, you sleeping. Niggas are sleeping, scalping season. Some of y'all sleep through all this treason. Government beef and that you vegan. Need autonomy, really don't need them. Now we rise to this house is freedom. Really gonna hurt my heart to leave them. Really gonna hurt my heart to leave them. This assimilation or a cycle, they be hating on you for survival. That's why I don't mess with the Bible. Ain't nobody tribal going viral. We original, we hold the title. Lot of work to do, how you idle. Ain't no false idols in they Bible. We ancient for ancient in Ohio. Say what you want and do what you do, but I'm starting to get, I don't know about you. Gotta go within, can't go on YouTube. If you think you know, you ain't got no clue. Say what you want and do what you do, but I'm starting to get, I don't know if you do. Gotta go within, can't go on YouTube. You thinking you know, you ain't got no clue. War, we at war. Everybody can't go though. Some of us vibing high. Everybody can't go though. Some of y'all might leave family behind. Everybody can't go though. Could have completed, but you get deleted. Some people are feeded, so you get deleted. And knowledge is medicine. Know when you need it. If everyone go, I'ma know that you cheated. You think I'm conceited, I'm feeling completed. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Look, gotta be. Look, everybody can't go though. Beat it.
Okay, y'all. Peace, love, and light. And everybody have a masterful rest of the day. Y'all be careful out here in these streets because, you know, these people, they fraudulent ass holidays, you know, they be out here acting a goddamn fool. Be just ready to goddamn it fuck with somebody. So please be safe out here, y'all, in these streets. Love you all. And I'll see you again within a couple of days. Peace, love, and light.